It's common in air quotes, infused with the scent of potpourri. Films we commit to memory. Crossing the felt ropes, watching from home on my TV, looking at all my eyes can see. They tell me I view obsessively.
Hello and welcome to The Obsessive Viewer, a weekly podcast reviewing 2 new or recent release titles every episode with an occasional free-for-all segment at the end that we call Potpourri. I'm your host, Matt Hurt, and you can find more of my work, including my written reviews, full episode show notes, and the complete backlog of our episodes and spinoff podcasts at obsessiveviewer.com. You can also follow me on Letterboxd and other social media platforms at the username of Obsessive Viewer. And if you'd like to support us and get access to hundreds of exclusive episodes, you can join our Patreon at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. Over on Patreon, I am going full force in my Gotham Project Batman thing. So I've released 2 episodes. Those go up usually, hopefully, for the very foreseeable future, every Saturday morning. I have 1 episode out that's about my thoughts on Batman as a whole and the Golden Age Volume 1 collection of comics that are the first ever comics that Batman appeared in. And then episode 2 came out just this week. It is for Batman Year 1 and the Nothing But Nightwing digital DC Universe Infinite exclusive DC Go, there we go, comic. And I also have reviews of It, Welcome to Derry every episode, plus my Long Walk Along project is done. So I read or listened to The Long Walk while walking on trails around Indianapolis and recorded my thoughts. So all of that is just the recent stuff. We have hundreds and hundreds of stuff over there. Once again, you can sign up over at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. And if you want to support me without messing around with Patreon or anything, you can always buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/obsessiveviewer. And so today on the show, we're doing our 13th annual year in review episode. This is going to be a massive episode, as it always is, and we are currently live streaming on Patreon. So if anyone's in the chat, say hi, but I don't think anyone is because it's a Sunday morning. So joining me for this episode, of course, are my friends and Obsessive Viewer co-hosts who can be followed on Letterboxd at the usernames of Obsessive Tiny and I Am Mike White, respectively. It's Tiny and Mike. Welcome back to the show, gentlemen. How's it going?
Going great, man.
Hey, we're back.
Woo!
We're back. It's good.
Yes.
Reunited.
Oh, yes. We are. Here's the thing. We are bearing down for this recording. I don't have any IOUs. I'm trying to make football references because IU and the Bears, I guess.
Yeah, the bear down.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, how's it going, Mike? I want to give you the opportunity to promote your project that you are doing on Substack. So I'm gonna organically ask you, how's it going over in Substack? What's that all about, Mike?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah. So long story, semi-short, I was in a band for a very long time in my high school and college years, about 10 years. And a couple years ago, I wrote a memoir about my experience. It's kind of a coming-of-age story about, moving from the city to rural Indiana and then starting a punk rock band and doing what we did. And I just kind of sat on it for a couple years. I thought about doing the publishing, then I thought about self-publishing, and then I just decided I'm just going to put this thing out on Substack for free in chapters. And I'm also turning 40 in 2026, so
Yes.
I thought it would be fun to review movies and to write essays about my top 40 favorite albums of my life. So I'm going to be posting on Tuesdays is chapters of my memoir, and then Fridays will be an essay about an album that I love or one of my top 40 movies of all time. So it's going well.
Beautiful.
Good little bump in the first week, and I'm just excited to keep it growing.
Nice. That's awesome. I'm very excited for you to be doing that. I know that behind the scenes and everything. Like you had talked to me about maybe doing like a podcast and everything. And I think like I still think that's a good idea, but also I think the Substack is a really good like idea for that particular thing.
Thank you. Yeah, it kind of fits. You know, I always, I just love writing assignments and writing projects, and I'm a writing teacher, and so this kind of gives me a chance to flex my muscle as well, and do my favorite thing, which is share about myself.
Yes, as the same with all of us. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Substack is a good platform too.
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty easy. I haven't enabled paid subscription yet. That's not really kind of my goal at this point. I want to see if it grows, and then maybe I'll look into that. But you know, it's just free. You can just read what I'm writing for free.
Yeah, nice. And Tiny, any projects you have going on?
Man, all my projects are like home stuff. Nothing fun really. So gonna put some built-ins in the living room here over the winter.
Nice.
That's our big project. So going to IKEA next weekend.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very domesticated.
Maybe Bed Bath Beyond. I don't know. I don't know if we'll have enough time.
Nice. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah. I usually do what's playing this week in indie, but obviously this is a big episode, so I'm not going to do that. So just check out the listings for Alamo Drafthouse, Can, Living Room Theaters, Keystone Art, Flix Brew House, all the places here. So let's get into this episode, you guys. I feel like we just got into a rhythm of just general chatting, and I forgot that we were recording an episode. So on the itinerary for this episode, we've got how was our year overall. So there is a cleaner segue that I could have made instead of doing what I just did, but that's fine. So we're going to kind of go around the horn. How was your guys' years in the year 2025? Mike, if you want to, kind of take the reins here.
Sure. Yeah. The easiest thing to do is compare it to 2024, which was kind of a rough year for me. Had some sleep issues, some mental stuff, yada yada yada, and I have gotten a hold a lot of that stuff, or gotten that stuff under control. Medicine is a good thing, and I'm sleeping great. And other than that, my note here that I have for this section of the podcast is all dad all the time.
Nice.
I just like my kids are 9 and 7, and they're just at. I mean, I love every era of my kids, but they're at like they're just cool kids, and we just do stuff together. Like when they're really young, it's about like watching them play the stuff that they play. But now we do things together. Both my kids play baseball. My older son does travel baseball, which I coach.
Nice.
We play Nintendo Switch together. We wrestle. We just it's just all dad stuff all the time. My evenings, my weeks are filled with doing kid stuff, and I love it. It's just we're in the prime right now. It's cool.
Nice.
That's awesome, man.
That's very awesome.
Yeah.
And Tiny, we'll get to you in a second. But
You're good.
I just want to say, like, this is gonna sound weird. I don't know. As a single income, no kids, as someone who doesn't have kids or anything, I like, obviously this is the 13th year we're doing this episode and everything, and like just like as an observer of seeing like you guys both like becoming like parents and everything has just been really, really nice and really great because
cool,
you guys
man.
are both great
Thank you.
at it. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, of course.
It's fun.
Yeah. And Mike, how are the cats?
Oh my gosh, I love the cats so much. They're my little sweeties.
Aw.
I really never thought I was a cat person. I think I said this last year, and then we got the cats, and I just fell in love. I love them so much. Zelda's a little sweetheart, but she kind of does her own thing. But speaking of Obsessive Viewer, while I'm watching my movies at home, little Violet comes and just lays on my chest, and gets her scratches, and I just love them.
Nice. Oh, that's beautiful. That's awesome. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I have loved seeing you guys both become parents, independent of each other, obviously.
Yeah.
And Mike, I love seeing you become a cat parent. And Tiny,
Me too.
I mean, this could
You're
be
next.
the year.
You're next.
You could be a cat father.
I think back to 5 or 6 years ago when I helped you move, Matt, and I had the first asthma attack I've had in like 20 years.
Yes.
So I would say a cat is not in my future because I am substantially allergic to them.
Yeah. But just devil's advocate, do we know that it was related to pizza and all of the hair and dander and everything that was drummed up from moving me? Or were you having like a panic attack because I was no longer going to be on the west side of Indianapolis?
You're a truther.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it was definitely the cats.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. But yeah, Tiny, how was your 2025?
Well,
Any
all
big
my
purchases?
Man, yeah. Everything again, kind of like I said before, everything has nothing to do with movies. That was big in 2025 for me. Yeah, we moved. We got a new house. We only moved like 6 blocks, but it feels like a totally different neighborhood. Giant yard, bigger house. So super excited with that. And then volunteer stuff was great this year. We had huge volunteer events with my Speedway Home Helpers program. We're getting ready to make some huge changes with that for 2026 that I'm really looking forward to. Work was awesome, but super busy. I had a new boss who started, and he came in, and like after a month, he called me up and he was like, "Man, I'm sorry." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Dude, we beat the shit out of you, man. I'm sorry." Like I had like at one point I had 6 different jobs pulling me to they were like, "When's Anthony coming back? When's Anthony coming back? When's Anthony coming back?" And so they've been trying to get me some help. But I did, I think 2024, I did just over $2 million worth of work. And
Jeez.
This year I almost hit 4 million. So
wow. Holy shit.
It was a big year for work, but it was awesome.
That's incredible, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I learned a ton of stuff and looking forward to next year. My job is just fun. It's stressful, but it's really fun. So that's all been good. And then, we'll get into the movie stuff. That's the least interesting part for me, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm looking forward to you blowing us both out of the water with your stats and everything, Tiny.
I'm not sure I'm even in the water.
Well, we have a nice little like kiddie pool for you. So I don't mean to be so dismissive or anything.
Dude, you have to because it's so bad.
But you lived life, and that's what's important.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind for when I give my stats later. But anyway, so my 2025, it was pretty good. It was fine. I had nothing substantial really happened or anything. It was my first complete like calendar year at the job that I got in 2024. That's going well. There's been some changes there, but it's solid. It's good. I like my team. I like the work that I have to do. I like that it's not anything that like goes home with me unless I'm working from home. So it's good. It's smooth. But I did also in 2025 start volunteer work with COIN, the Coalition for Our Immigrant Neighbors. I've been working on getting some video content posted for them and creating video content to raise awareness and to basically give content or give information about like rights that immigrants have, and also just testimonials of how the immigrant community has affected people's lives in positive ways and everything. I'm very proud of that. I also helped volunteer at one of their events. That was a walk in a refugee's shoes, where they had they had simulations of like what a refugee goes through while in like a refugee camp and being displaced from their home and everything. That was really, even though it rained and it had to end early, it was still really a really good time and everything. So I'm very proud to be helping out in my small way with COIN. It's a great organization, so I recommend checking it out. Coalition for Our Immigrant Neighbors.org. yeah, and that's basically all I've got for what I was up to this year. Like, good stuff all around. Still plugging away at the podcast and Patreon, of course. So, good stuff.
That's awesome, man. I'm really proud of you for taking that on. That's cool.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm glad that we all had good 2025s. The next thing, like, do we want to talk about some like movie watching goals, plans that we had in 2025 and circle back on it? Because I know last year, I don't know if you guys have any of these because I didn't check or listen to the last year's episode or anything, but I had some movie watching goals and plans that I had for the year. So I'm just going to run through the two of them. Basically, I started the year with a list of 100 sci-fi movies that I wanted to watch throughout 2025. The whole idea of that was just a casual, like, okay, if I'm bored and don't know what I want to watch, I'm going to grab one of these movies and just watch it. And out of those 100 movies on that list, I watched 3. And basically abandoned that entire project. I watched Metropolis. That was my first movie of the year. Spoiler for later in the episode. And I also watched Gattaca and The Day the Earth Stood Still remake. So that's something. But I also did have a goal of doing more film festival coverage. I didn't do as much as I would have liked to have done, but I did was able to release two Heartland Film Festival episodes where I had interviews with filmmakers. That was a blast, including my friend and IFJ colleague, Richard Probst. He was the subject of a documentary that is amazing. And so I got to interview him and the filmmaker. That was a blast. And then I also got to interview the filmmaking team behind A Simple Machine, which was a great movie and a very heart-wrenching and beautiful documentary called Disposable Humanity. I got to interview the filmmakers on that, and that was a blast. I was really proud of that. And then another goal I had was more immediate reactions on Patreon, and I did 21 of those, so not bad. So yeah. Anyway,
great.
Yeah, thank you. What, if any, goals or milestones of things for movie watching did you guys have last year?
So
yeah,
go ahead,
okay,
Mike.
you go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say, my numbers dipped last year, so I was kind of just hoping to beat last year's numbers. I'll just say that I didn't.
Okay.
But life gets in the way, and just to watch more. I guess I started out thinking, I want to just keep watching more of the movies that I love, just to kind of remind myself how I love them and why I love them. And so I did do that a little bit this year. And my goal, as always, is to watch 31 in Shocktober.
Nice.
And we'll talk about that in accomplishments and things I'm proud of.
Of course. Nice. Tiny, any goals or anything that you shot for, or?
Yeah, I think the only goal I had from last year was I wanted to introduce my daughter to movies. Like, that was a fun thing I was looking forward to, and there was definitely some of that. A couple of not really stories, but funny things. I was trying to watch Weapons, and it was just me and Lola. I was watching her by myself that night, and then me and Paige were both watching Band of Brothers, and so. Like, she's entered the age where she's starting to pay attention to the screen more. Like, when she was young, we could just watch whatever. I mean, you could have porn playing and she would have no clue. But she's getting to the point where, like, we were watching that stuff and her eyes go to the screen and she's actually sitting there watching it. And I'm like, okay, we got to turn this off now. So that was funny. But she's also, she loves music.
Nice.
Like, anytime we're watching, so we've been rewatching Home Improvement, which I think is on Netflix, maybe. Yeah. Which has a great theme song and a great intro. And anytime it comes on, she drops what she's doing and she comes over and she looks at the screen and starts dancing.
That's adorable.
Yeah, she loves music, and so we decided to play Frozen. and she was into it. She was fully into it. Like anytime there was no music, she was just playing with her toys. But then the music would come on, and she would kind of start looking at it, and then she'd start moving and start dancing and stuff. So it was pretty cute. So I think we're gonna put her in a dance class here pretty soon, and we're gonna maybe see if she wants to like do music. Her mom was my wife Paige was she played the flute really well. She was really into band. So we'll see if she wants to get into music.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that was a goal from 2024, and it was we introduced her to some stuff. She's still she's 20 months old, so pretty young still.
Nice. Which was her favorite of the Saw franchise you showed her?
Oh my gosh, she'd probably be into it too, knowing her. Yeah.
Not being a parent, I don't know if this is good advice or this is something that I'm just going to give my unsolicited advice.
Get ready for bad advice here.
Yes. So what I would say is that you can watch Band of Brothers, just like put like a little like phone or even just like a little paper cutout of Miss Rachel and just put it in the corner of the TV.
Oh yeah. Good call.
Yeah.
That won't scar her for life.
No, well, once you explain the historical inaccuracy of that, I think she'll be fine.
Oh man.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, accomplishments / things that we're proud of. I don't mean to go like robotic through this and everything, but such is the thing with year in review episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So accomplishments and things we're proud of. Mike, do you want to get us kicked off with yours?
Yeah, so I think a common refrain with Tiny and me compared to you, Matt, is we just didn't watch as many as you, and we just didn't watch as many as in years past. But I would say my biggest one is, despite my low numbers overall, I still hit 31 movies in Shocktober. Like,
nice.
Really, my numbers being what they are for the end of the year, if we had done this in July for the first half of the year, I'd be in like panic mode with some of these numbers. It's like, what are you doing? Spring and summer is baseball, and then travel baseball in the summer. So I really watched very few, and then I was kind of able to kind of move my schedule around a little bit at night to start watching some more movies. So most of my movies were watched in the second half of the year. I would say a good 70% of them. And then in Shocktober I hit 31. Felt good about that.
Nice, very nice. Tiny, any accomplishments or anything?
Not really. I may have the longest stretch I've ever gone without watching a movie this year.
Oh boy. Wow.
Yeah, from the last week in August all the way through the first week of November, I have 0 movies watched.
Dang!
Oh wow.
Yeah. Which is not something to be proud of.
Right.
But that's when we were getting our old house ready to sell, buying our new one, and moving. Mm-hmm. Which, good God, moving is hard, but like obviously this is the first time that we've ever sold a house and bought a new one and moved, and we have a kid now. Like when we moved into our house, I mean, it seemed like nothing compared. We even hired movers, but man, it was so hard getting all that stuff done.
It is, man. I feel like I remember reading an article where like the top 5 most traumatic things in your life, like moving is one of them, and not even in like a. Like if it's a move for a bad reason or a sad reason or something like that, it's just so hard. You're literally uprooting your family and going to a different place. It's so hard. I hate moving.
Yeah. Even if it's obviously a good thing, like getting a bigger house or what have you, and bigger space and everything, like that's still stress. Like it's still stress of new stress, like good stress.
Yep.
Like,
right.
Yeah.
So that was essentially almost 3 months that I didn't watch a movie, which is bananas. And I'll get into it later, but there's a bunch of examples where we turned on a movie, I'd watch a little bit of it, and then get distracted and have to go do something else. So like there's probably, I'd say, 20 or 30 like movies where I watched a quarter of it or a third of it, maybe close to half, and I didn't log it because, it's like I barely watched it. So there was a lot of that too. So,
Wow.
but we'll get into that later. Yeah.
Wow. I
Now tell us yours, Matt.
Oh yeah. Well, not like this was not a planned one or anything. I just wanted to point out that it's funny, Tiny, you said that about, your longest stretch of not seeing a movie. I am currently in the midst of my longest streak on record of seeing a movie like weekly in terms of like weekly watches. I have watched a movie every week for the last 132 weeks.
Dang.
Wow.
Apparently.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Man.
So yeah. That's something. But in terms of my accomplishments that I'm proud of and everything, I'm going to talk about this on Patreon when I do my my stats and everything for like podcasting and writing stats. I was part of, or I published and was party to a total of 106 pieces of content on the internet last year. So that includes Patreon recordings, podcast recordings, one written piece, which I'm kind of, I want to get back into writing this year if I can. And also guest appearances on podcasts and everything. Just 106 pieces of content was all around the internet from me. So I'm proud of that. I think it's a good number, and I'm already starting off strong with 2026. So
it's awesome.
We'll see what
Good
happens.
job, man.
Yeah, that's
thank
huge,
you. Thank you.
Very cool.
That's huge.
Very cool.
Yeah. It's funny. We like in the IFJA that I'm a part of, we do have like a quota that just like this idea, like, to keep in good standing, you need to have 24 pieces of writing or 24 pieces of film commentary a year. And so like in like by the end of the year, I was like, oh, did I make it? Am I okay? Yeah, I mean, I'd say that's pretty good.
That's twice a week, man. That's 2 pieces of content a week. That's a lot.
Yep. Very cool.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane, but I love it. I love doing it and everything. It's great. Oh, and there was something else, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I'm very proud of that. I love doing it. So
does that Matt? Does that include your TikTok videos?
No, so
Okay.
that actually doesn't. Yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Thank you. So yeah, that it doesn't include like the TikTok or Reels or YouTube or anything like that. Just strictly like podcast episodes and the like. But that's the other thing I was kind of proud of is hobbling together like a more video, source of things. So like right now we're live streaming on Patreon, and I'm gonna have the video version of this episode up at some point too on YouTube, and like that's a big barrier to cross after over a decade of us doing just audio stuff. It's been pretty smooth. I would like to enhance that a bit in 2026 in terms of the technology and everything, but I'm pretty proud of it. It's been a bumpy at times, but pretty fulfilling transition, and it allows me to put more video clips online, which is what the internet wants, I guess.
Yeah.
So, so yeah.
No, that's
Good-
awesome.
good stuff.
I wanted to compliment your TikTok videos when you were.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, when you were at Heartland and you were interviewing, you had those interviews and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I watched a lot of that stuff.
Oh, nice.
Because that's, I mean, this sounds ridiculous, but that's a good format for me. I can just watch a quick minute long video, and I get some cool information that you got from the filmmakers and stuff. So the Disposable Humanity one was really good. I think I watched all those reels or short videos that you posted on TikTok. That was great. So I think you should keep doing that, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I was really proud of the Heartland coverage I did, just because that stemmed. I think I said this in the episode, but that stemmed from 2024 when I went to Heartland. Like it was such a bizarre moment for me, just because like it was October. My mom had passed away in September, And I was at Heartland, and I was like, I was, still a little raw, but I was like kind of just focusing on Heartland. And I was like, I really love this environment. I really love doing this, like going to this. I need to upgrade like some stuff to make a more like on the fly or more like a more adaptable mobile setup and everything. So like I accumulated some technology and like some stuff like an iPad and some wireless mics, and because I'm me, it also made me eager to try other wireless mics and stuff. So I have a whole bunch of stuff. So I have like the infrastructure to do mobile recordings like that and make it sound good. So so thank you. I'm excited to try more of that in this new year.
So cool.
Nice.
It's awesome.
Thank you. So Tiny, I know that you said that you went a few months without watching any movies. This next section is any notable TV shows we watched throughout 2026. I know I prompted Tiny for that, but Mike is the first one up on the rotation.
Yep.
Tiny, do you want to do it, and then we go to Mike and then me?
I think we should just stick with the pattern. Let's do Mike first, and then I'll
Okay.
go. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, my current favorite TV show right now is The Pit.
Yes!
I am obsessed with The Pit. I mean, the first season, there was no lull, no drop in quality, just how many ever episodes that was, like 15 episodes?
I think so, yeah.
Just banger after banger. And we only made it halfway through episode 1, season 2, because my wife, I love her so much. She works so hard, but she fell asleep halfway through the episode. Anyway, it's our show that we watch together, and I just know Wiley is incredible, but the whole cast is so good. Just such an amazing, amazing show. And I read an article about it the other day about how there's really nothing like it on TV anymore, where you get a bunch of episodes, like more than 10, more than 12 episodes, that also come out weekly and are also like the new prestige TV type. Like it's in a way appointment television. Comes out on Thursday, and we get them until April, and that's awesome. I'm just obsessed with The Pit. I would say my second favorite show is Shrinking on Apple Plus, with Harrison Ford and Jason Segel, and it's just so feel good. You just feel so good every single episode. I finished the first season of Pluribus over Christmas break.
Nice.
We really enjoyed that quite a bit. It's kind of another swing, another crack at the not post-apocalypse, but that sort
dystopian?
of that's dystopian, near future sci-fi kind of thing.
Nice.
And then just like everybody else, I loved Severance.
I still need to finish season 2. God damn it!
Wow.
Oh wow, you haven't even finished
I
season
know,
2.
yeah.
Huh?
And I have Patreon recordings and stuff. I'm going to circle back on that. I promised.
I remember reading that there was some conflict between season 1 and season 2 about the direction of season 2. And being a little nervous about how it would be, but I thought it was just as good as season 1. I can't wait to see it come back. So yeah, kind of 4 pretty popular buzzy shows that people are talking about. Maybe not Pluribus so much, but yeah, those 4. A lot more TV this year than usual.
Nice. That's awesome. And it sounds like you prioritize some really good ones too.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll talk about my list here in a second. But yeah, no, that's great. Tiny, how about you? Aside from Home Improvement.
Yeah. I've even found this year that my mental bandwidth for even TV shrunk this year. So like, I didn't even watch as much TV because, like, again, just the mental side of it. Like, I don't even want to watch an hour-long show, let alone a 2-hour movie. So like, I would just goof off on my phone a lot or watch YouTube or something, but what I have on my list is The Pit, just like Matt or Mike was talking about.
Nice.
Yeah, baby.
It is astounding. I had a physical reaction to that show. Like I hate going to the hospital, and that show was like being at the hospital. I mean, no one really likes going to the hospital, but you know what I mean. It just it generated anxiety in me. Like I actually found that I couldn't watch it on my lunch break at work because it like made me too nervous. Like it just like generated anxiety, and I could not do that. I had to like wait till I was home and I was calm, and because it was just such effective filmmaking, just so well done. I echo everything Mike said. Such good characters. I haven't started the second season yet. I might do the kind of the cheap thing where I wait till they all come out and then watch them.
Sure.
But yeah, that's a great one. I watched Severance as well. I thought I feel
Nice.
I feel like it's one of the shows where I feel like the mystery is more interesting than the answers to that mystery. And we got a little bit of answers this season, and it's not that I didn't like it. It's fantastic still. But I kind of appreciated the deeper mystery of season 1 a little bit more. But still, it is a remarkably good show and just peak hard sci-fi. I love it. So yeah, that's another great one.
Nice. And we like I said before, we are recording early on a Sunday morning, and this is a distraction and everything, but Pizza just came out from her little bed space that she occupies most of the time, and I do this thing that's so dumb, and I never really do it out loud, but I'll do it now for the recording. Well, look who decided to get up. Anyway,
I thought you were gonna sleep all day.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Anyway, so dumb, but yeah, that is great. I'm so glad that you guys are watching those, like Mike said, the buzzy, prestige TV stuff. Yeah. Notable TV shows I watched. So The Pit, I mean, echo everything you guys said. It is incredible. I watched the first season in, I think, like June or July. And then it just reignited my interest in watching ER. So I went back and I got 8 seasons into ER, and then haven't pressed on there, but maybe I'll circle back to it. But I mean, my God, The Pit is just so good. And yeah, Noah Wyle is just astounding. He's phenomenal in that. And I love it so much. I'm excited to start season 2. And then I also just recently finished We Own This City, which is a miniseries on HBO Max where it's from the creators of The Wire. It is an adaptation of the true crime book We Own the City by Justin Fenton. It is about a group of corrupt police in Baltimore that were taken down basically in, I think, 2017 or 2016. Really good spiritual successor to The Wire. It has a lot of similarities to The Wire, a lot of similar actors and everything. It was really good. The format was a little strange in terms of kind of doing like a nonlinear format, but I really liked it. John Bernthal does an amazing job in that show. It was to the point where I was getting into so many like Baltimore things, like The Wire, Homicide, Life on the Streets, reading We Own the City, and reading Homicide by David Simon, that like when I got to We Own the City, and the opening monologue is John Bernthal just doing this whole like speech to a group of police. I was like picking up on like, oh, that is such a great like subtle Baltimore accent. Like, oh, that is so Baltimore. And I'm like,
you and your Baltimore accents, man.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, oh yeah. I've never been, I'm like never been to Baltimore, but my God, I can spot it from a mile away. But yeah, so that was good. Not as good as The Wire, obviously, but a good spiritual kind of sequel to it in a sense. And a couple of notable rewatches. I rewatched both The Shield and The Wire, 2 cop shows that are very different from each other, but hold very significant places in my heart. The Shield is incredible. It is an incredible show. I posted on social media about it, that it came out at a time when it was like right on the cusp of the big boom of anti-hero storytelling. Like I had likened it to, it was kind of right before Breaking Bad, and like Breaking Bad took that kind of anti-hero subgenre and like perfected it. Like that is by my count one of the most perfect ways to do that. But The Shield deserves its flowers for doing it the way that it did prior to that. And the comparison I made was that the biggest episode of Breaking Bad, Ozymandias, it is one of the greatest episodes of television I've ever seen
in history. Yeah.
Ever. And it's because of numerous reasons, but it's because it's when that house of cards falls down. And it is where we're ramped up into the final few episodes of the series, and that's where everything, like all of the bills come due, essentially. And I love that. I think that it's still great, but I would point people to The Shield and say that their equivalent episode, the pseudo Ozymandias episode of The Shield, comes with almost half of the final season to still go through. So we live in that anxiety and fallout for almost half of a season. And the adrenaline of that, the tragedy of that as well, is so palpable and amazing. So while no episode of The Shield can really match any episode of Breaking Bad, I still have like so much respect for what The Shield did for its with its storytelling. But anyway, and The Wire is The Wire. It's amazing. I'm a snob, and I'll say it's one of the greatest pieces of fiction, like television fiction, I've seen, and it's great.
Never heard of it.
It holds up. Yeah. If you go on any on the internet and say that, everyone will say that, they'll be snobs about it.
I know.
Yeah. But yeah, so both great. And I'm looking forward to 2026 in television as well. So yeah.
Are we ready to anoint the Pit, the Obsessive Viewer 2025 show of the year? Kind of like we do with...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would say
it's gotta be, right, Tiny?
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would campaign for Severance, but I didn't finish the season, so
right. That's kind of what I was thinking.
So I
think Severance has a strong case to be made, but I think the fact that we all devoured the Pit says what it says.
Oh yeah,
yep.
Oh yeah. So yeah, the Pit, the TV show of the year from Obsessive Viewer. I love it. So should we dive into our viewing stats for 2025, guys?
Let's do it, baby.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, we are going to go into our stats for the movie year, watching year, words. So we're going to do a round robin thing like we've been doing, but we're going to start off with Mike and then go to Tiny and then go to me. And we're going to talk about our overall viewing stats for 2025. So Mike, let's get started. How was your 2025 in viewing stats?
Okay, so my stats, I'll start with total viewings, which is down from last year. 129 total viewings. I still think is more than the average person, but maybe not more than the average obsessive viewer. Actually, it might be exactly the average obsessive viewer here. In terms of first viewings, which is movies I watched for the first time, this year I saw 79 movies that I'd never seen before, which is 61% of my total viewings.
Nice.
Rewatches is obviously just what's left, which is 50 movies, and that's 39% of the total movies that I watched this year. In the theater, I saw 48 movies, which is up 3 over last year's 45 movies. I feel good about that. I still would rather have seen 52, but life is what it is. I watched movies that came out in 2025. That's 51 movies. I love watching movies the year that they come out. That's kind of my real focus here with Obsessive Viewer, is kind of making sure I stay up on what's fresh. So about 40% of the movies I watched were brand new in 2025. In terms of hours, again, a little down from the last 3 years, which is 228 hours of viewing time. So the stats come out to, so my average viewings per month is about 10.8 viewings per month, which I still think is pretty good to watch nearly a movie every 3 days or so. Is about average for me. And in fact, in the second half of 2025, kind of mentioned earlier, where my wife kind of goes to bed a little earlier, I'll watch about a third of a movie, and it takes me about 3 days to watch a movie. So that kind of tracks for me. Average viewings per week is 2.5, and that tracks for me. That sounds about right. Kind of a whole movie every 3 days, and then I almost always see a Shocktober movie on a Tuesday or a Thursday. My biggest week, and this is to absolutely nobody's surprise who knows me at all, it's my school's fall break in October. So October 13th through 19th, I watched 10 movies, Shocktober movies, all of them, and that's not a surprise at all. The busiest day of the week, this is kind of interesting, as always, is Thursday. But 2 years ago, I saw 50 movies on a Thursday. In 2024, I saw 46. And this year, I saw 31 movies on a Thursday. So it's dropping a little bit. And the reason for that is we have started going to a different movie theater more often because it's kind of becoming a hassle to drive out to the west side of Evansville. We're not as big of fans as our AMC in Evansville as we used to be, and our Showplace theaters on the east side where we live has $5 Tuesdays. And so we go to a matinee on Tuesday, and they also only show about 12 minutes of trailers as opposed to AMC's 25 minutes of trailers, which is just insane, and I can't stand that. So I think this time next year I'll be talking about Tuesdays as our busiest day of the week. My first movie of 2025 was Star Wars: The Force Awakens. My last movie was the SpongeBob movie, The Search for SquarePants. Saw that movie with my kids, and they gave it 5 stars. My most watched movies, I don't do a whole lot of rewatches throughout a year, but I did watch Companion, and I watched Superman twice. My top 3 genres are horror, thriller, and comedy. And then in terms of the highs and lows of the year, the movie that I watched with the highest average score was The Dark Knight Rises. Duh. Lowest average was Prom Queen. That movie was terrible. Most popular movie I watched this year was Sinners, which I'll be talking about later. The most obscure movie I watched was called The Terror of Hallows Eve, which I'm not really going to talk about, but it was actually pretty good. The newest movie I watched was Oh, What Fun. The oldest movie I watched was Jaws. The longest movie was The Dark Knight Rises, and the shortest was about 62 minutes. It was a YouTube movie called Milk and Cereal.
Yes, I saw that you saw that, and I'm so glad, because I think I maybe told you or mentioned it to you in like 2024 or whenever it came out. I was very excited to see that you watched it.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot. Okay, my most watched directors, I did watch the Nolan Batman trilogy, so he got 3, and then I did watch all 3 Austin Powers movies, so Jay Roach is 3. My most watched actor, Mark Hamill. I did a Star Wars rewatch this year, and then Jamie Lee Curtis, because I love all those Halloween movies. And then when you watch a lot of Star Wars movies, you also watch a lot of Warwick Davis movies, so he's in a lot of those, so there we go. I believe are my stats.
Nice. That's awesome. Was this the year that were you introducing your kids to Star Wars, or was that?
That was
last
That was
year?
more 2024.
Okay.
We got around to The Force Awakens in January, and then I will kind of admit they lost interest a little bit, and I couldn't get them to watch Last Jedi.
That's a shame, because that's the best one.
Listen,
I'm not saying that's a troll. It's my favorite.
I've come around to that movie, but it is not the best one.
Yeah, I will say it's my favorite.
That's fair.
Of a franchise that I'm not too fond of.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, what are their Letterboxd usernames, Mike? Your sons.
They don't have them yet, but they have tags on my Letterboxd. So
Nice.
if they ever want to do it, I'll be able to kind of retroactively update those.
I love that. I love that. Yep. Yeah, Tiny. Your viewing stats for the year, and what is your daughter's Letterboxd username?
Oh man, I doubt she'll ever have one. She's probably too much like her mom.
Yeah.
But so I mean, prepare yourselves. This is pretty bad. This is even worse than last year, believe it or not. I was actually shocked at how bad it was. Please keep in mind that I said earlier, there's probably a good 20 or 30 movies where I watched a quarter of them or maybe a third of them, but not quite half, so I didn't feel comfortable logging them. My total viewings was 28.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're cooking.
It's embarrassing.
We're cooking.
I feel like it cut out. Was that 128 or 228?
It was 128.
Oh man, I would love to have.
It was 28.
28. That is so bad. But of those 28, 24 of them were first viewings. So
Nice.
only 4 rewatches. I mean, that's like 86% of the movies I watched were new movies. So that's a positive, I guess. I was looking for new stuff, you know. So only 4 rewatches, 14%. I saw 4 movies in the theater, which is actually the same as last year. That's not great, but I haven't given up on the theater. I still love going to the theater. It's just so hard to get out there anymore. So I just haven't, you know, I kind of made peace with the fact that I don't know if I'll ever hit like double digits with movies in the theater again. I don't know, maybe when I retire or something, or when my kids get older.
Sorry to interrupt your stats time, and I think about that a lot, but you and I are just in the busiest time of our lives, and there will be a time, I hope this doesn't hurt your feelings, where your kid doesn't want to hang out with you.
Yeah.
You know, by the time they can drive, it's over. Like, we'll have plenty of time to watch movies. And I think about that a lot with, like, I don't play video games like I used to, and I love video games. There will be time sooner than we want to admit. You know what I mean?
You're probably right. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that happening. So, yeah, when the kids get older, you know, hopefully these numbers will bump back up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then also movies that came out in 2025 was 10. So that was more than a third of the movies were from this year. That's a good number, I guess. The percentage is good. 55 hours of viewing. Average per month 2.2, average per week 0.5. Biggest week was week 1 of the year. First week of the year I watched 4 movies. Which is kind of common for me because I'm like, oh man, my stats were so bad last year. I need to like try to do better, and I'll do good for like January or a week or 2, and then it just falls off. Busiest day of the week was Saturday, which was pretty common. First movie was The Sixth, a documentary about January 6th. Last movie was Eddington, which I'll talk about later. Most watched movies, I did not rewatch anything. Every movie I watched was just the first time. So I have nothing for this category. Top 3 genres: thriller, action, sci-fi. Highest average score was One Battle After Another, 4.3. Lowest average was Captain America: Brave New World, which is a 2.4. I think I gave it 2. Terrible movie. Most popular film was The Substance, 3.7. Most obscure film was The Sixth. Newest movie was Wicked for Good, which we got to see in the theater. November. Yeah, in November. Oldest movie was White Christmas. Love that movie. Longest movie, one battle after another at 162 minutes, and the shortest was The Naked Gun at 85 minutes. My most viewed actors is Goofy. So
Well, wait, hang on. First, White Christmas.
Yeah.
That would have been a rewatch, right?
yes.
Yeah. So you didn't have all first viewings. Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, were you talking about like didn't rewatch any 2025 movies?
I didn't have any movies I watched twice.
Oh,
Right.
gotcha.
Right,
Okay,
right,
I'm
right.
sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. So let's see. Most viewed actors is Goofy because I basically have extras. Bronwyn James and James Dryden were my top two. They're basically extras in the Wicked movies, and they were both in something else too. I can't remember. So like, that is just. I was like, who the heck are these people? And then Brad Pitt was my number three, thankfully. So because I watched. Paige wanted to watch the Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12 movies. We watched those. Yeah.
Nice.
Most viewed directors, Steven Soderbergh and John Chu, because I watched both Wicked movies this year. Which it was 2 Soderbergh movies and 2 John Chu movies. So that's again,
Zoom tight.
it's kind of sad. Kind of sad. And I think that's it for my stats.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that that you were able to watch as much as you did, because I know you had a busy year and everything.
Yeah. Like I said, almost 3 months where I watched nothing. So
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah,
But you lived.
I did.
You
Yeah.
did.
You watched the life of your movie.
Yeah.
Wait, the movie of your
the
life.
movie of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was live.
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say, so we're releasing this episode to the public on the 15th. So this Thursday. The 16th, Tiny, is your 39th birthday.
Yeah.
39, yeah. So that's exciting. To commemorate it, I have the day off. It's to take a break. But I'm excited because I'm gonna either Thursday or Friday see 28 years later the Bone Temple. So I'll talk about that later. Yeah.
Nice.
But if you want to see it with me,
Okay.
we can orchestrate something. So yeah.
All right. We'll see. Maybe. I'm not sure. I think we're going out because it's my birthday.
Oh yeah. I mean, like any time that weekend or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So my stats now, right?
Yeah.
Do it. Show
yeah.
us. Teach us.
I mean, honestly, these aren't too great or anything. Like they're modest numbers. My total viewings for 2025 were 236, which is a step down from 2024. I had 300. But it is a step up from 2023, which I had 184. So I'm pretty happy with that. 236 is a nice number. Of those 236, 170 were first viewings. That accounted for 72% of my total viewings for the year. That is slightly up from 2024, where I had 71.7% of my total as first viewings. So slight improvement of like 0.3% of first viewings. And then rewatches, I rewatched 66 movies for a total of 28% of my total viewings of the year. That is about the same as 2024. 28.3% was rewatches back in 2024. Which makes sense because the numbers. But theatrical viewings. I saw 66 movies in the theater.
Nice,
Which,
dude.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I was
Man.
very proud of that. It's funny because like toward the end of the year, I just kind of, it's not that I didn't want to go to the theater. It's just like my time got to where, like, as I was in the midst of award season stuff and watching screeners and everything, and kind of just getting all of my ducks in a row for end of year stuff. And like the last movie I saw in the theater was Wicked for Good, which I think we saw that did we see that in November, like you said, Tiny?
Yeah, it was November.
Yeah, so I guess I didn't see a single movie in the theater in December. I'm discreetly looking now. No, I didn't see. Wow, that is wild. Yeah, so the last movie I saw in the theater was on November 18th, which is wild. And I keep saying that I keep like yesterday I was like, "Oh, I'm going to go and see a couple of movies in the theater," but I didn't. So so we'll see how this year works out. But 66 movies is nothing to sneeze at for theater viewings. I meant to put stats of the different theaters I went to, but I'll put that in the Patreon episode I'm going to record. But that is a slight dip from 2024, in which I watched 69 movies, nice, in the theater. So, I like that I've had 2 consecutive years where it's in the 60s, so that's nice. 2025 movies released in the year 2025 that I watched in 2025 was 105 movies. That accounts for 44.5% of my total viewings. So pretty proud of that. It's considerably less than I watched in 2024 in terms of year of release movies. In 2024, I watched 149. That was still 49% of my total viewing. So this year being 44.5% is still pretty close. So that's not bad. Total hours watched in 2025 was 425 hours, 425.2 hours. So
wow,
pretty cool. To further break down some theater stats really quick, 40 of those 66 movies in the theater were A-list screenings. So those were movies that I watched with AMC A-list. 9 were press screenings. 4 were Heartland Film Festival press pass screenings. And 6 of them were purchased tickets. So I saw a couple of movies in the State Museum IMAX, including The Brutalist on 70 millimeter. And also I saw Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning there. And then the rest were Can theater viewings for their Kurosawa run that they had. So very pleased with that. In terms of A-list, the total amount of money that I spent on A-list in 2025, since they hiked up the price in middle of the year, I ended up spending $359.40 on A-list. And I was able to see an estimated total of $633.20 worth of tickets. So that was with A-list. So I paid $359.40 for A-list, and I saw $633.20 worth of movies with that subscription.
One. Sorry to interrupt. I know this is
you're
your
good.
session. One
you're
thing
good.
about A-list.
Mm-hmm.
I canceled mine 2 weeks ago.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I did.
So like that theater that you're going to, it's not. Is it
No.
an AMC?
Nope. We're going to Showplace on the east side
Oh,
now.
nice.
Yep.
Nice. Well, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I still have A-list. It's great. It's absolutely great.
It is great, but I
me.
wasn't using it 3 times a week. I
Yes.
was using it once a week, and the AMC experience is not great anymore.
That's fair. Yeah, that is totally fair. It's funny because now that we have an Alamo here in Indianapolis, I saw a movie there Friday with a bunch of guys, with a bunch of friends, for my friend Sam's birthday, and we saw Darkman, which I'll have an immediate reaction on Patreon. But like going there and seeing that movie there, I was like, man, this could be like, if it was a little bit closer to where I live, this could be like my home base theater. Like could be the place that I go, just because it's a great place to see a movie. But I live like a mile away from a decent AMC that is in a mall where there are some shootings occasionally and big fights and everything.
Ugh.
But yeah, not great.
Don't love
But
that.
no. But yeah. But I have some interesting theater experiences that I'll share later. But anyway, the total amount that I spent on movie tickets, so those six purchase tickets, was totally. I spent a total of $91.50 on that, which is up from 2024, where I had 3 movies that I bought tickets to, and that amount was $37.76. So yeah. Some quick streaming stats. I watched 52 movies on a streaming platform. The biggest streaming service that I had was a tie between HBO Max and Netflix. And then coming in third place was Hulu. In fourth place, I did my yearly subscription to Shudder for October, Shocktober, and I watched 7 movies on Shudder throughout October. So pretty happy with that. And then rounding that out, I watched 3 movies on Disney Plus, and then assortment of one streaming movie on a few different streaming services after that. So that's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that. Letterboxd stats. These are the stats that we can find on our Letterboxd accounts. So the average viewings I had per month in 2025 was 19.7. That is down from 2024, where I had 25 per month. Average viewings per week were 4.5 movies per week. Again, that's down from 2024, where it was 5.7. My biggest week of the year was the second week, January 6th to the 12th. I watched 11 movies, and that is similar to 2024, where week 1 and week 49 were my top ones. I don't think I have ever or will ever breach like 13 or over 14 in a week. But we'll see. But this biggest week was 11 movies. Busiest day of the week was Saturday with 45 movies. That is similar to 2024, where I had Saturday as well. First movie was Metropolis, and the last movie was a rewatch of The Life of Chuck, which it's no surprise we will be talking about that later. My most watched movies, I only watched 4 movies twice in the year. So I watched The Life of Chuck twice, The Naked Gun, the new one, twice, Superman twice, and weirdly enough, Clown in a Cornfield twice.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, which is nothing unique or interesting, but yeah.
I liked it. I liked that movie.
Yeah, it was fine. Yeah.
It's a slasher.
I have an interesting anecdote about that later, but top 3 genres were thriller with 85, comedy with 75, and horror with 74. And my highs and lows for the year, weirdly enough, the highest average score was High and Low, the 1963 Kurosawa movie with 4.6. Lowest average score was the new Screen Life version of War of the Worlds with a 1.0 average. Oof. Absolutely horrendous movie. Like, just appallingly bad.
It's awesome most you actually watched that.
Oh yeah, I reviewed it on the podcast. It has, like, I am someone who has a history of being perturbed by product placement in movies. This has without question, most egregious, horrible, like, product placement that, like, it's an Amazon Prime movie, and Prime delivery factors into the plot in way too heavy of a way.
Oh my God. Ugh.
Wow.
To the point where I had to pause it because I was cackling at how ridiculous it was. It was amazing, honestly. So my most popular movie was Sinners with 4.1 rating. Most obscure movie was a documentary that I saw at Heartland Film Festival called Winter Fantasy, that I will give a shout out to that. It's a very good documentary from filmmaker Lauren Z. Ray. She did a documentary, I think at Indie Film Fest or maybe Heartland a few years ago, that I really liked. That was about the small town that she grew up in Indiana. And Winter Fantasy is her, I don't know if she grew up there. Anyway, Winter Fantasy is her going back to her hometown, which is a different town. I can't remember, Martinsville maybe. But it's her going back and kind of reconnecting with her high school theater teachers and alumnus or alumni from that theater program that she went through at her high school. Very good documentary. If you can find it, if it gets a release at some point, I recommend it. It's very good. Newest movie of the year that I saw was Zootopia 2, which was released November 13th. And oldest movie was Nosferatu, which was released February 16th, 1922. The longest movie I watched was The Brutalist at 215 minutes. And the shortest movie at 62 minutes was The Timekeepers of Eternity, the very unique re-edit of somewhat animated paper mache re-edit of the Langoliers miniseries from Stephen King. Amazing. It's like one of my favorite Stephen King adaptations, essentially. Just really cool stuff. Most viewed actors were Morgan Freeman with 6 movies, Paul Rudd with 6 movies as well, Tony Ravolori with 5, Jacob Batalon with 5, and Tony Todd with 5. So I rewatched some Marvel movies, in particular the Spider-Man Tom Holland trilogy, and I also watched all of the Final Destination movies as well. So that's where a lot of Morgan Freeman pops up because I watched some 90s thrillers, oddly enough. That was interesting. So most viewed directors. My most viewed one was Kira Kurosawa.
No way.
I watched,
really?
Yeah. I watched 7 Kurosawa movies in 2025. Oddly enough, did not rewatch 7 Samurai. But yeah, I had a blast. I was on my friends Andy and Logan's podcast, Odd Trilogies, to talk about The Twilight of Kurosawa, where we watched and reviewed the last 3 films in Kurosawa's filmography. Those were all movies that I had never seen before, so that was really a treat to get to knock those off the list and chat with those guys about it. I highly recommend that episode and their whole podcast. They're great. Then the second most watched director was Scott Derrickson with 4, because I watched The Gorge and Black Phone 2 and not War of the Worlds, but The Day the Earth Stood Still remake and one other movie I can't remember. VHS, because he had a segment in VHS,
right. Yep.
One of those, 85, I think. And then rounding out with 3 movies each, I got Akiva Schaffer, Christopher Nolan, and John Watts. Of course, John Watts because Spider-Man trilogy. Christopher Nolan, I rewatched the Dark Knight trilogy, and Akiva Schaffer, The Naked Gun, and I watched Popstar and something else I can't remember. Oh, Hot Rod, I think. And those are my stats for 2025. Pretty good
stats. Good stats.
Yeah. I'm pretty pleased with it. So we're going to wind down the stats portion of this with 3 memorable or special viewings or theater viewings and movies we missed. So Mike, do you want to get us kicked off with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I had some good memorable special theater viewings. The first one, chronologically speaking, was Dogman on January 30th, and it was so the boys, my sons 9 and 7, have been to a movie night before. But this was the first time they picked the movie. We were out and they read the Dogman books. They have collected them all. They love Dogman, which is like this kid's graphic novel comic thing about a dog who's a cop. And
Nice.
They wanted to see it, and I was like, "Let's go on a movie night. Well, you guys pick the movie on a movie night. We'll see Dogman." And we did, and they loved it, and it was great. And just talking about it after was pretty special, pretty fun. And then on August 20th, I took them. This was more for me than for them, but the original 1990 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie
Nice.
was in theaters, and it was fantastic. Oh my gosh, I loved it so much, and they liked it. They're excited because Secret of the Ooze is coming back into theaters this year for its anniversary, and so we'll watch that. But that was more for me. And then my third one on November 11th, which is 2 days before my birthday, Back to the Future was back in theaters, and I got to see that in theaters for the second time. And it's my favorite movie of all time, and I just loved it very, very much. So those are some the memorable special theater viewings. Do you want me to do movies we missed now?
Yeah, we can, and then
Okay.
we'll do that.
The big ones are probably F1, like I mentioned earlier. I wanted to see the Springsteen movie with Jeremy Allen White, my cousin. I didn't get a chance to see Begonia, which I was really high on all year. Excited to see that one, but I didn't get to see it. I did not see Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. I did not see The Plague, Matt, which you recommended. And then my buddy Jake said The Ballad of Wallace Island is his movie of the year, and I did not get to see that one. So those are some of the big ones.
Nice. Tiny, memorable viewings and movies you missed?
Yeah. So memorable viewings. I think two of them in the theater were that were memorable this year were The Life of Chuck and The Naked Gun. Both of those movies had what the theater experiences had that movie magic that we all love, but for two totally separate reasons. Life of Chuck. We reviewed that on the podcast, and
on Tower Junkies, actually.
On Tower Junkies, right?
Yeah.
But I talked about it there. That movie has these amazing, and we'll talk about it more later. But these amazing dialogue scenes, and during some of those scenes, you could hear a pin drop in the theater. It was so quiet because everybody was so into it, and it was so intense and wonderful. And that's just special. Like it's funny. I enjoy falling out of the movie in those moments and acknowledging that moment, like, wow, look at everyone just locked onto the screen, and you could hear a pin drop in here. I kind of, it's actually fun to fall out of the movie and acknowledge and recognize that moment. I actually enjoy that. So that happened more than once at Life of Chuck. And then The Naked Gun was the exact opposite. It was so loud because people were laughing so hard. There were, I want to say, like two people, excuse me, there were like two people that had like these really loud, kind of annoying laughs. But that was actually a good thing because like it was so loud, it was like giving permission to everyone else to laugh really hard at the really funny scenes, and like it actually enhanced the experience. And just movie, it's magical to have a great comedy where the audience is just laughing so hard they're actually drowning out the dialogue. Like that's so fun to me, and that happened at The Naked Gun when we went and saw that in the theater. That was super cool. And then I talked about earlier when we watched Frozen, my daughter just coming running over to the screen when the music would start, and she starts dancing and getting really into the movie. In those moments, that was pretty fun. So, yeah, and that was from home. Nice. So, yeah, those are my three memorable viewings and special theater viewings.
Awesome.
And then movies I missed. The first thing I put is too many to name, and then I named a bunch. Frankenstein was kind of the big one. I love Guillermo del Toro, and he just speaks to me. And I watched like a third of it, and I meant to finish it before this recording, and did not get to it. But I bet that would be a top 10 for me. Begonia, like Mike mentioned, really wanted to see that. The Long Walk, Stephen King movie I missed. Warfare looked really intriguing. F1, I'm a huge race fan. Even though I don't like F1, it would have been cool to see that. Together looked super good. I wanted to see that. And then I loved all of the crazy marketing, fun stuff for Marty Supreme. And it just looked like a fun movie. I missed that one. Were you guys kind of tuned into that? How Timothée Chalamet was really like promoting that movie?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was it was so dumb and like kind of obnoxious, but I was really into it for some reason.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I liked it. I liked that.
Nice.
And that movie's great too. So
okay, I can't wait to see
it.
It
At least helps. Yeah. Nice. So my memorable special theater viewings really. I've got four actually. So I want to start off by saying that the Tenderness Tour. It's a documentary that was at Heartland and has directed by Andy Redwine, and it features my friend and IFJ colleague Richard Probst, who does a fundraising campaign routinely called the Tenderness Tour to raise money for a variety of different causes, usually domestic issues and like child safety stuff. But he is in a wheelchair. He's a double amputee, and he basically wheels around Indiana, and like rain or shine, goes many miles around. And this documentary is documenting his latest one, or the one in 2024, where he was fundraising to erase medical debt in Indiana. He's a cancer survivor, and that kind of that really pointed out to him like how pervasive or how horrifying it is to be in medical debt. So he partnered with a nonprofit called Undo Medical Debt, I believe. And basically for every like, I don't remember the exact amount, but like he was able to erase 16 million in medical debt in Indiana. And he's still going. Yeah. And I think that 16 million amount, I think that's what came out of screening the movie at Heartland. So yeah. So, I just like, it's an incredible documentary. Richard's an incredible guy. And I loved it. And if it gets distribution, I will make sure to make it known on the podcast and everything, because I highly recommend people watch it when they're able to. So that was, and I got to see it at Alamo Drafthouse with Richard there, and with a bunch of my friends from the IFJ as well. Just a really, really great time. And then I will also say The Brutalist in 70 millimeter at the State Museum was amazing. Just amazing, a very memorable experience. And then also on that same note, I'm adding one here because I just remembered Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning at the State Museum. The unique or interesting thing about that, what made it memorable, was because me being me and running late the entire time. Like anytime I go anywhere, I'm habitually late. It's terrible. I'm sorry. But I went to the State Museum to see Mission Impossible with a bunch of friends, and I, in my head, I was living the life of Tom Cruise in those movies of oh my God, why can't I think of his name? Ethan Hunt. Because I got to my seat. I sat down in my seat right as the movie started. Like, it was down to the wire. So like my ass was in the chair when the movie began. So very fun experience there. The other two more, and then we'll proceed. But Clown in a Cornfield, saw it in the theater. About 3/4 of the way through it, with about a half an hour left of the movie, someone came into the theater and yelled at all the audience saying, "Hey, we are shutting this down. There's a really bad storm outside, and we're asking everyone to get into like a sheltered position in the hallways until it passes." And and yeah, so like I was in a movie theater full of people just huddled around for about 20 minutes until like the threat of like tornadoes was like gone. And then they started the movie back and finished it. So that was cool.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I watched a screener of it a couple days later with a friend. That's why I watched it twice in the year. And finally, the big one. It's 4 movies really, but at the Can Theater, they did. They had Kurosawa movies. There was a traveling thing of Akira Kurosawa restorations. A lot of them for the first time in like 4K. And Can had several of them, so I got to see Ron. Which actually wasn't part of that. I think they had that separately, like earlier in the year. But I saw High and Low, Yojimbo, and Throne of Blood. Throne of Blood being one of my favorite movies of all time, and I got to check that off of the list of favorite movies of all time that I have not seen in the theater. So I was very pleased with that. I was in my seat for Rashomon, and unfortunately, it was the last showing of Rashomon that they had there, and unfortunately, something corrupted the subtitles, so there were no subtitles, so they couldn't show it. So unfortunately, I didn't get to see Rashomon, but I did get a free pass to see a movie at a later date. So, highly recommend the Can. Great theater, great atmosphere as well. Those are my memorable viewings and memorable theater experiences. Movies I missed, I only have 5. Of varying degrees of me missing them, but I'm bummed that I didn't see Bring Her Back because I was such a big fan of Talk to Me. So I need to circle back and watch that because I'm curious. Didn't see Eddington. I've heard mixed things about it, but I wanted to see it just to be in the conversation. The movie Sorry Baby from Ava Victor. This was a movie that I started watching and then something came up and I couldn't finish it. But I'm bummed because it's getting a lot of positive reactions and I wish I would have been able to see it. Sentimental Value is another one that I missed out on that I would like to see. And finally, this one I'm not too heartbroken over because I've heard some pretty bad things about it or negative things about it, but The Running Man. I'm hoping to rectify that very soon, but I'm bummed that I didn't get to see it. And I need to read the book. So yeah, those are my movies I missed in 2025. Any thoughts on all of that word salad I just served up to you guys?
I didn't love The Running Man.
That's what I've heard. I've heard it's pretty bad.
Man, it started out great and then it just didn't hold up.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, I want to see it too.
Yeah. Well, I will see it and report back at some point, either on Patreon or on Tower Junkies, or in my car. I don't know. So yeah, now we have come to the time. We are almost to our top films of the year, but first, let's talk honorable mentions. Now, by the time people are listening to this, I will have my podcast and viewing stats for the year posted on Patreon in a special episode. In that episode, I am also going to run down my honorable mentions of the year. So what I'm going to do here is cede the floor to Tiny and Mike to hear what their honorable mentions are. So Mike, what are your honorable mentions for 2025?
For sure. And so I'll say this before I kind of get to my honorable mentions, but I had a little trouble kind of like organizing my top 5. As far as like great all-time movies, I think there were a lot of really great movies for the year, but none of them that were like I didn't have a year with a clear number 1, a clear number 2. So that said, I don't mean for that to sound negative, but that said, even my honorable mentions are very good. Like on average, it was a great year for movies. So I was really excited about my honorable mentions. So here we go. Nice. Honorable mentions include Together, which is the Alison Brie, Dave Franco movie. It was in my top 10 for a while, and just really cool body horror. You can definitely get a sense of that these two people are married. The chemistry is real and obvious, and it was interesting and exciting and turned a little sci-fi. I really liked that one quite a bit. The next one is Jay Kelly, which is the George Clooney, Adam Sandler, the kind of look back on George Clooney's character's life as a film star that I imagine has some maybe not real life moments, but definitely real life inspirations for George Clooney. And kind of what most people have said about the movie, I agree with. It's really great performances from both actors. Another honorable mention I have is Predator Badlands, which I just thought was so exciting. I really thought that making one of the Predators a sympathetic character and a protagonist would be unusual. But they pulled it off. And then at the end, at the risk of spoiling, I'll try not to. There's like a suit up moment where he kind of the main predator, and I know they have like a species name. I can't remember what it is. And all my life, you just call them predators, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the main predator kind of suits up using like found items as kind of like classic predator weaponry, and that was just so much fun. I also saw Bring Her Back this year, which is from the directors who did Talk to Me, and I thought it was almost as good as Talk to Me. Pretty scary, pretty tense, really good storytelling. And then these honorable mentions are kind of out of order, but one that I'll probably watch again soon was The Black Phone 2. And I liked The Black Phone as a good tone piece, but I think some of the performances were a little iffy, and it really just was not all that scary. Performances of the child actors. Ethan Hawke is always great. I will not say negative things about Ethan Hawke on this podcast. And so I was curious to see how they could make a sequel to a movie that really felt like it ended the storyline, and then to kind of really take inspiration from Nightmare on Elm Street, not only in storytelling but also some real like visual Nightmare on Elm Street cues. Was really, really cool. It was their take on like a dream demon situation. There's some hokey moments, I think, but overall the execution was so much fun, and you can't ask for a whole lot more than fun from a popular zeitgeisty horror movie. So Black Phone 2 rounding out my honorable mentions.
Nice. Yeah, Black Phone 2 is pretty solid, I think. I appreciate it for vastly expanding that universe in terms of just plot. Because, like, obviously the Black Phone, based on a short story by Joe Hill, like,
right.
That first movie is, like, that's the short story and then some. And for them to build upon it, I still think, and I said this before many times, the segment in VHS 85 that Scott Derrickson did, which is technically in that universe or part of the Black Phone universe, still think that deserved to be like its own feature. I thought it was great. But yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
very good.
Thank you.
Nice.
Tiny, any honorable mentions?
I do. I actually have one this year. I think in the past years maybe I haven't. My only honorable mention, I have one. It's Jay Kelly. It's a good movie. To kind of follow what Mike said, I don't know that I experienced any like all-timers, this year in 2025. Like there's nothing that I don't think I rated anything 5 stars.
Oh wow.
Which is crazy. But cuz there were a ton of great movies this year, like really good ones. But just nothing that I'm like, that's competing for the list. I'm going to talk about that, in years to come. I just don't know that anything jumped out that much, but tons of really good 4 and 4.5 star movies. Nice. Jay Kelly, the latest from Noah Baumbach. I love. I feel like movies that are about making movies can be super pretentious and kind of full of themselves, and I don't always love it, and it feels too inside baseball, and I feel like it's just Hollywood loving itself, and I feel like it doesn't work. But I think the perfect filmmaker to do that kind of story is Noah Baumbach, because he's so bananas and just he's such a unique, one of his own, one of a kind filmmaker, and it totally worked through the lens of Noah Baumbach, I think. So good performances here, and just I really like the reflection of the Jay Kelly character, and kind of going through his life. I loved the actual camera work and filmmaking techniques of going into a scene of remembering his past physically. That was fun filmmaking and really explored a fun way to explore a character reliving their past. That was fantastic. And very, very heartfelt movie. And just the confluence of events was really fun. So Jay Kelly was good. Just I had 11 movies on my list and I had to bump one of them, and then this was the one that I actually bumped. So I'm just glad I actually had a movie to bump this year. So yeah, that's all I have for honorable mentions.
Nice. I will say Jay Kelly was great. It didn't make I don't think it made my honorable mentions or my top 10, but I will say, like, in terms of bookending scenes, I thought that was beautifully done in that movie. And also the opening scene takes place on a movie set on a sound stage with a bunch of stuff in the background and everything. Because of where I was at in terms of my media consumption at the time of watching Jay Kelly, I was like, oh, that's the Domino Sugars sign from the harbor in Baltimore. In the background.
Right.
So those are the honorable mentions. Of course, on Patreon, I'll have my Patreon special, 2025 podcast and writing stats and honorable mentions up on Patreon at some point. So by the time the masses are listening to this, you guys will have access to that on Patreon. We're going to go into our top 10s. Do we need a break or anything, guys?
Yeah, I'd like a break if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, and we're going to get into our top 10s, but before that, before we get to our list, I do want to take a quick moment to remind you guys that if you like the show, please take a moment to follow us on social media and subscribe to and rate the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube Music, Audible, wherever whatever your preferred podcast app is. And don't forget to subscribe to the Obsessive Viewer podcast YouTube channel as well, where I'm making a bigger effort to do video content over there. And if you're interested in starting a podcast of your own, you can go to Libsyn and use promo code OBSESS. When you sign up for a new account, you'll get up to 2 months free, depending on when you sign up, and we'll get a commission on it as well. More details on that are in the show notes and description of this episode. And now, back to the show.
Tell me I view obsessively.
And before we get to our top 10s, actually, I want to say Robert in Utah has just popped into the chat. He said, I'm working, but wanted to pop in and say hi. Can't wait to listen to this episode later. Oh, thanks, Robert.
Nice.
Thanks, man. Yeah, so we are live streaming on Patreon. This is real.
Very cool. Hello, Patreon.
Yeah. Yes. So, so top 10s, we're going to go round robin once again. We are going to start with Mike at 10, and we're just going to cycle through and go 10 to 1. So, Mike, let's do it. What's your number 10? Let's bring us into the top 10 lists of 2025.
Yeah, sounds good. Here we go. All right, so my number 10 is Friendship, directed by Andrew DeYoung and starring Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd as kind of like the anti-I Love You Man. And I do think, I suspect that casting Paul Rudd was intentional in that way to kind of suggest that, like, I don't even want to say bromance because that kind of means something else, but this like male love story between two friends. Now, because it is Tim Robinson, it's way different from I Love You Man. And I wouldn't say like I'm an OG Tim Robinson fan from the start, but kind of seeing his rise over the years from Detroiters, and then kind of like I Think You Should Leave really kind of being his big like he has made a name for himself kind of moment, and then crossing over to film here with Friendship, I was excited to see, like his milieu is really in the realm of sketch comedy. So I was curious to see how Friendship would work and Tim Robinson would work in like a feature film type of situation. And in a lot of ways, it really is like I think you should leave sketch drawn out to 100 minutes. But in a lot of ways, in other ways, it's something else entirely. He takes his kind of version of sketch and awkward and cringe comedy and stretches it out to feature length. And I didn't laugh any harder than I did this year than I did while watching Friendship, and that goes a long way for me. There are moments that are just so uncomfortable to watch, but in this vessel of comedy that's like, but let's laugh at those moments of discomfort, those moments of like, what the hell is going on here? So there's multiple styles that Tim Robinson employs when he's doing his cringe comedy. There's like just like uncomfortable moments that you're in that you just have to sit in, where you're cringing and like, oh, why is he saying that, or why is he doing that, or why is he that way? But then another thing that Tim Robinson does, and these are the ones that really gets me, is the pull the rug out from under you moments. And I'm trying really hard not to spoil. But there are moments of comedy where like he turns on a dime and you kind of don't expect it coming, or like there's a lull. So there's a moment in where he and his son are in the mall, and I cackled in the theater because it came out of nowhere, and it was very Tim Robinson-esque. Like if you follow his career, you should almost expect that coming, but you don't, and he's a master at that. It is number 10 because it's not a movie that I thought about watching again like later in the year, and I have a friend who told me that it didn't so much hold up on second viewing, and I'll watch it again eventually, but as far as a first time viewing, I laughed so hard, I loved it so much. Friendship, number 10.
Nice, that's awesome. I'll talk about it later, but I did rewatch it last night actually while I was putting together some notes.
Very cool.
Yeah, I love it. I'll talk about it later. Cool. Yeah, Tiny?
I am not at all plugged into the Tim Robinson pipeline. I have not followed any of him at all. Like it's something I need to dive into because I know so many people are big fans of it. I have not gotten around to it yet.
Wow. So you haven't watched any of I Think You Should Leave?
No, none.
Oh, it is.
Get you some.
Yeah. It is some of the funniest sketch comedy I've ever seen in my life. Also, very, very short episodes, like 15-minute episodes.
Mm-hmm.
So very digestible.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. Nice.
So, my number 10 is The Naked Gun, which I mentioned earlier in memorable theater viewings. And again, the theater viewing made it so much better. Just the shared laughter of the audience was fantastic in that movie, in that experience. We reviewed this on the podcast briefly when we saw it in the theater, so you can get extended thoughts on it there. But this was a lot of nostalgia for me. Like we watched this movie. My dad is a huge slapstick comedy fan, and so we watched the Naked Gun movies back in the day when we were kids. And a lot of the jokes were kind of over our heads. But someone like I remember being in pain, laughing so hard at O.J. Simpson flipping out of the wheelchair and landing on the field. Like that was just one of the best things I'd ever seen when I was a kid. So a lot of nostalgia, and I feel like this movie was 100% in the spirit of those originals and totally captured what the Naked Gun franchise is. And I don't even know that it really tried to modernize it. It didn't try to they made it their own, but it wasn't, it wasn't like some reimagining of it. It was just, let's just continue this, and I was fully on board with that. Liam Neeson, an unlikely casting, but just nailed it, completely nailed it. Best work I've ever seen from Pamela Anderson. She's fantastic in this, so funny. And they're the big standouts. Again, Tony Houston, I think, Danny Houston doing comedy. Not something I would have predicted, but did great. Kevin Durand, not a comedy guy, nailed it. So yeah, just a lot of kind of fish out of water roles for these actors, and they just did a great job. Just hilarious. The gags were on point, and I think totally rival some of the stuff from the original. And I was just fully on board with it, and they nailed it. Fantastic movie.
Nice. It's not going to make my top 10, but I think it will be in my honorable mentions on Patreon. But there's one line from it, several lines from it, obviously, but there's one line that just kills me is when he's narrating and talking about Pamela Anderson, and he's like describing her and he says, and she's got a behind that would make any toilet big for the brown. It's just so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Yep.
Yeah. I loved it. Yeah. So, my number 10, moving right along to number 10, Bob Trevino Likes It. This is currently streaming on Hulu at the time of this recording, but this was kind of a sleeper movie for me. Like, I had some friends who recommended it highly in the run up to awards consideration for the IFJ. So I finally got around to watching it. It's got John Leguizamo and French Stewart, and I can't remember the woman's name who stars in it. But anyway, it's a great like dramedy to an extent, where this woman has a very poor relationship with her father. He is very self-centered, narcissistic, and in her kind of loneliness of isolation from him, she connects with someone on Facebook who has his name. It like has the same name, Bob Trevino. And that creates that, like, there's a friendship that blossoms between them. And it is such a beautiful, beautiful examination of found family, loss, grief, all of these different things. But it's so like earnest and real and genuine. And I was just so taken with it as just this meditation on what it means to like care about someone and be near someone and be friends with someone. It does a thing that I talked about somewhere, but it does a thing where about 30 minutes into the movie, it does, like, in terms of the plot, like it gets to the end of that plot line. It gets to the end of like the baked in drama of that specific type of plot. And what comes from that, like it was so unexpected to me that I was like, oh, okay. I thought this would be like the big dramatic climax and everything. And we still got an hour left in this movie. And that hour is just the friendship, the camaraderie, the kind of surrogate father that Bob Trevino becomes in this movie. And just having this just really like real connection with someone in the absence of a connection from her father, who is very like emotionally manipulative and very self-centered. It's a beautiful, beautiful movie. I loved it. Bob Trevino Likes It. My number 10 for 2025. Highly recommend it. Currently streaming on Hulu.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, me either. I missed that one.
It was kind of off my radar, honestly, until you brought it up.
Yeah, I wish I had seen it sooner so I could kind of stump for it a little earlier to you guys, but I highly recommend circling back and checking it out. Incredible performance by John Leguizamo. Also, fantastic performance from French Stewart. Just playing just a complete scumbag that, like, the writing of it could have been a little heavy-handed with it, but the way that he plays it feels like, oh yeah, this is real. Like, this is a real type of personality that is like someone who shouldn't be a father and has never risen to the occasion of being a father. because he's all up his own ass with his own stuff. So really loved it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, so my number 9 is Companion, directed by, I think, first-timer Drew Hancock. It looks like he's got a couple of credits, but this is his first major motion picture, starring Sophie Thatcher and Jack Quaid. And so I think the thing that really got me, and the thing that really got this movie on my top 10 was that first viewing, and I went in pretty blind to it. So this is a spoiler, I guess, except that I think it's marketed this way now. So like after the film's release, the marketing kind of changed a little bit. So Sophie Thatcher plays a companion robot, a sex robot. And I didn't know that going into the movie. So there's a scene after some inciting incident where Jack Quaid's character powers her down, and it blew my mind. Like there's a the screen goes black to the next scene, and it was like whoa, and I was like whoa. It became a different kind of movie for me, which. I don't mean to sound like so susceptible to a director's tricks, but not knowing about it going in, that was a moment I'm sure the director hoped would have an impact, and it totally worked for me. And I was just all in from that moment. It is one of only 2 movies I rewatched this year to kind of like confirm how I feel about it. I think Sophie Thatcher is a rising star. She's got this cool, smoky voice. Definitely, how do I sound this without sounding gross? But like perfectly cast as someone who's going to become this badass who is going to get the revenge that she deserves, but also like tracks as like a Jack Quaid. Do I want to say manic pixie dream girl? As like this like subservient sex bot slave kind of situation. Gross.
Yeah.
The movie is the next in line in contemplations about toxic masculinity. And I like Jack Quaid, who is extremely likable, and really, really cool and interesting and heroic, in the thing he's probably known best for, which is The Boys on Amazon, has a knack for playing these like aw shucks boyfriends who are like kind of likable but also absolute scum when the female protagonist kind of learns what she needs to learn about him. And he, like him playing such a victim and feeling like he is deserved so much. It's a little overt with its like toxic masculinity and like I wouldn't say incel because maybe he is celibate. Like, does it count if you're having sex with a robot? I don't know. But that's kind of the point. I think that's kind of one of the questions the movie's asking. And it also asks questions about AI, and I think in a sci-fi future not too distant from now, I think one of the next civil rights questions we're going to be asking is about artificial intelligence, and so that stuff's interesting. I don't think the movie is really like focusing so much on that, but it's more. It's in the conversation, and it's kind of a talking point within the conversation. Sophie Thatcher's great. I think she's up and coming and just going to do great things. I can't wait to see how Jack Quaid's career unfolds. And I really loved Companion. So number 9.
Nice. I loved it too. I don't think it's going to be on my list anywhere, but yeah. And no worries on the spoiler or anything, because that was heavily in the marketing.
For sure.
That was
for sure.
It was like
afterwards, right? Like I don't think the initial trailers.
Oh no, it was in the initial trailers.
Was it? Man, I guess I just missed it.
I'm so jealous that you were able to evade that, because that would have been such a cool moment.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it was all over the trailers, but Yeah, I liked it too. And Jack Quaid is fantastic. He's he's great. So yeah.
I pulled it up on IMDb, and it like plays the trailer and stuff, and it said, like New Line Cinema, and then it says from the studio that brought you The Notebook.
Yes.
That's awesome. Perfect.
So funny.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Tiny, your number 9.
Yep. My number 9 is Sinners, the latest from Ryan Coogler.
Nice.
It is also the first of, a little spoiler here, of 3 horror movies that I have on my top 10, which I think is a first for me to have that many horror movies.
Nice. Represent.
Yeah. So, this wasn't super on my radar, because I wasn't sure exactly what it was. And that was kind of the beauty of it. I went in not knowing what this movie was. And there's a big switch. It kind of switches genres almost. And that was incredibly effective. Great storytelling from Ryan Coogler. And I think this will be a bit of a theme for me for this year. This movie has it successfully navigates the idea of telling a story and infusing a ethical or political message in the movie without hitting you over the head with it. It just weaves into the story. And there's multiple things here. There's stuff about trauma. There's stuff about race relations. There's stuff about history. All these themes that are just part of the story. They're not something that is shoehorned or forced into the movie. They're just woven into the story, and it's done really well. I was watching this movie as a kind of historical trauma kind of movie, and then it just takes this turn into horror, and it's absolutely fantastic. But it still maintains that theme of trauma and kind of race relations and history and stuff like that. It maintains it while weaving in the horror. And it just works. It's not heavy-handed at all. It just works. And I was so impressed by that. Incredible performances from everybody. Obviously the standout is Michael B. Jordan, playing twins. Nails it, does a great job. We all know how great Michael Jordan is. So he's fantastic. Jack O'Connell, I hadn't really seen in much. Really great. Haley Steinfeld is fantastic. So great performances, and just I love the way the story wove in all those things. It was really remarkable, and just a really cool ending. I'm not going to spoil it or anything. I just thought it was a really nice cap on the movie. So Sinners at my number 9. Fantastic movie.
Nice. I'll talk about that later, but it was the IFGA movie of the year, I believe. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Very cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mike, I know you're going to talk about Sinners later, I'm sure, right?
Yes, I will.
Oh, yes. So my number 9 is The Plague. This is from Charlie Pullinger. It's an incredible genre picture about adolescence, and just like the relationship between like bullies and the bullied. So it's about a water polo camp with these kids that are like very young, like junior high kids basically. And it explores how one of them is kind of this outcast kid who has like skin issues essentially. And so he's always in the pool with like a shirt on. And the other kids, they take to saying that he has the plague. And if any kid makes contact with him, they get the plague too. And that like it's this interesting just journey into this like bullied groupthink atmosphere among these kids as they're kind of learning. They're stumbling into that kind of toxic masculinity role and othering someone who's different from them. It's this really interesting just showcase of that at adolescence, and it delves into some body horror stuff unexpectedly, and like the tone of it is absolutely like a horror movie. The score is like completely captivating and jarring. It's a really, really surprising and effective psychological thriller and coming of age story. I've seen it compared to Bo Burnham's Eighth Grade as like a dark version of that, and it fits really well. The Plague, it's fantastic. Highly, highly recommend it. That's my number 9 for 2025.
Love it. Didn't catch that one. That was on my notable movies that I missed list.
Mm-hmm. I'm very curious to hear what you think of it if you ever catch it.
I hope to. Yeah.
It wasn't on my radar at all, but I'm kind of again pulled up on IMDb as you're talking about it. The trailer is playing. It looks really good.
Yeah. I do hope you guys get a chance to see it. I hope you guys catch The Plague. So yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. That's good. So that's my number 9. Mike, want to bring us into number 8?
Sure. My number 8 is Weapons, directed by Zach Kreger, who pretty notably directed Barbarian a couple years ago. And I was not sold on Barbarian. A lot of people, especially a lot of horror fans, called it one of their movies of the year. Mind-blowing, crazy horror. I really thought the first half of Barbarian was excellent and tense, but by the time it really got to the horror in the second half, it kind of lost me. It got a little sillier, a little ridiculous, and not in a good, like, fun way. But also not in the over-the-top way I think a lot of people describe it as. So I actually went into Weapons loving the trailer, but with a little bit of apprehension, given how I felt about Barbarian. But everything about Weapons, I don't know, proved me wrong, I guess is what I'll say, or satisfied in a way that I hoped it would. So Julia Garner is just great in everything that she touches, so that's kind of no surprise. So it like anchored by a strong performer as Julia Garner, you're kind of taken for a ride where you feel comfortable, okay? And what works so well about Weapons is the blend of the genres, I think. So it is a straight up horror movie, but the themes about how adults are protecting or not protecting our children, I think there's some overt and then more subtle criticisms of gun violence and common sense gun control, and the way we look after kids in that way. I think half of the movie is a mystery, and then the second half of the movie is really this supernatural, cult, witchy type of movie. And I really liked that flip. Also, the movie is in these 3 separate, like, Pulp Fiction-esque, like, forgive the obviousness of that reference, but, like, there's segments. And I didn't expect that, and to kind of see the movie unfold through those 3 different lenses, I found really interesting. I also think that this movie, as it becomes crazier in the witchy supernatural sense, succeeds more than Barbarian does, because I don't think it's going for oh my god, this is crazy, you won't believe your eyes kind of thing. It does that in some of the violence, which I really like as a horror fan and a gore hound. There's a cheese grater scene, obviously.
Yeah.
That was pretty notable for people who love the movie. But Weapons, while not my favorite movie of the year or even my favorite horror movie of the year, it really just worked from start to finish. So kind of more for its surprise, how much it improved upon Barbarian. That's why I have it on my list. So Weapons, number 8.
Nice. I will talk about that fairly soon.
Me too.
Yeah, I loved it.
Nice.
Sweet.
Tiny, your number 8.
My number 8 has an 8 in the title, 28 years later.
Nice.
Yes. I'm so bummed I didn't get to see this in the theater.
Mm.
I don't think I've ever seen any of the 28 days, weeks, years later movies in the theater, which is a bummer.
Wow.
I really should have gotten out to see this one, but I did not. So I caught it at home on streaming. Danny Boyle can do no wrong, just about. Alex Garland has established himself as a magnificent writer and producer. I'm a little hit or miss on his directing, but makes great stories. So I think what I was so happy about with this movie is it didn't fall into the post-apocalyptic or the zombie trope of, hey, what's going on with trying to cure the zombies, or what's going on with trying to end this horror that we all live in. It was a story that was just set in this world, this universe that they started building 20 some years ago. It wasn't trying to solve the problem of the zombies, and that makes for such a refreshing. It's a refreshing entry in this subgenre of zombie movies, and I also think it lends that taking that path lends itself to better storytelling and a better movie all around, especially for the third entry in a franchise or a series. So we get all these new characters, and they have their own conflicts and their own things that they're going through, and they're trying to solve all those problems set against the backdrop of a zombie apocalypse, and it just works. I love the way that all this lore is set up, and there's all these rules that are kind of introduced by the Aaron Taylor Johnson character, and all of that gets kind of pushed to the side, and this kid goes rogue and is just like, I don't care what the rules are, I don't care what's happening in the world, I don't care, I'm going to try to solve this problem that is ruining my life, and it has nothing to do with the zombies. Like, I love that. I love that they this could be its own story outside of the 28 years or the 28 days franchise, and that's really brilliant to pull off, and there's these little clues and Easter eggs throughout that sort of harken back to the original movie and stuff like that, and that's really fun. And it wasn't heavy-handed; it didn't detract from the movie at all. That was fun stuff for big fans of the franchise. Yeah, I mean, I love this. I don't know how thrilled I am with more sequels. And like, I know there's the Bone Temple coming out. I think they'll be good movies. Like I said, I don't think they're going to screw anything up. But I'm almost tempted to say, let's just do the 3 movies and we're done. But however, I think this movie did lend itself to more storytelling. I don't think this didn't put a cap on anything. I think it could be interesting to explore, because this is a unique, trying not to spoil anything here, but the infection and the outbreak is contained to the island of Great Britain. It's not a worldwide thing, and so it actually could be kind of interesting to see a movie where people in Europe or in the US or in Australia or China or anywhere are working on a cure for this thing, and they're actually trying to figure it out. Like, that could actually be interesting to see, I think. And and maybe the politics outside of the UK would be an interesting thing to see. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of potential there. So while I don't necessarily love the idea, there's tons of potential to tell stories within the franchise. So this was a great entrance. I loved the gosh, I didn't even catch his name. Rocco Haynes, is that him? What's the boy's name?
Alfie Williams, is that him?
Alfie Williams, yeah, thank you. Sorry, who plays Spike. He was fantastic. I was really impressed with him. Aaron Taylor Johnson's always great. Jodie Comer, I think she's kind of out of the up-and-comer status at this point. She's wonderful. So, and then
she's firmly in the Jodie status now. Stupid, sorry.
Nice. Ralph Fiennes can't ever, always nails it. So, and just a fun exploration with that character. Again, I'm not going to spoil anything. I loved the confluence of events for what his character became. That was really it was kind of fun amongst all the horror and rough times of the movie. So, yeah, just a great entry. I'm always looking forward to what Danny Boyle is doing next. So, but I love that he returned to this franchise. That was really awesome. So, yeah, my number 8, 28 years later.
Nice. I'll be talking about that later, but yeah, it's awesome. I also think, yeah, trilogy good. Keep it at that after these 3, I think. But very, very, very promising start to this new trilogy of 28 movies.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to the next one for sure.
Me too. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
it's a bummer that. Yeah, it's a bummer Danny Boyle isn't doing it, but Nia DaCosta is a great filmmaker, so we'll see.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I love it. We'll talk about it later. My number 8 has already been mentioned. It is Friendship.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. I just recently rewatched this. I rewatched it last night. And it did fall a little bit on my list upon rewatch, but it is still just so funny and weird. It is absolutely, like Mike said, it is absolutely like, I think you should leave the movie, essentially. Yeah. And I say that with complete respect, because that brand of comedy is so good. It is so in tune with like what I find humorous that I just ate this entire movie up. It is like that demented version of I Love You Man in several ways. I think the trailer said like it's I Love You Man for sickos. And yeah, it's fantastic. It is really great. Those unexpected moments, like Mike, you said the mall scene, that was great. It was absolutely great. And it's an extension of Tim Robinson's brand of humor, where I thought about this when watching The Chair Company, which I should have mentioned in the notable TV things, but I didn't finish the season. But he just excels at playing characters and doing bits where he puts himself into such an uncomfortable position, and then he stays in that. Like, he doubles down on it so often.
And triples down.
So great. Yes. Oh yeah. And triples are best. But he, like, it's just so great to see, kind of weirdly appropriate for this movie, just see someone not even struggle while they're just getting deeper into quicksand. It's fantastic. Yeah. Friendship, loved it. And Tim Robinson is fantastic. That's my number 8. Number 8. Yeah, that's all I've got on that. It's really good.
Okay, so my number 7 is my sleeper. It's my kind of secret that I discovered on Shudder. I guess I didn't discover it on Shudder, but I read it in an article, and it's on Shudder. It's The Ugly Stepsister, directed by Emily Bleichfeld. It's a Norwegian fairy tale horror, so it's the next in line of the horror movies based on pre-existing IP, like public domain. So it's a twist on the Cinderella story from the perspective of one of the ugly stepsisters. And I was riveted from start to finish. It reminded me a lot, and I think it reminded a lot of people of The Substance. This body horror, like what women are willing to do to stay how do I say, like aesthetically relevant, to stay pretty, right, or to stay interesting, or in the case of the main character played by Leah Myron, relevant for the first time. So she is the ugly stepsister. This Cinderella-esque character comes into her life, and both of them have eyes for the prince, and the main character basically goes through a couple of like plastic surgery-esque procedures to her body to impress the prince and get his attention. She gets like a nose job, but like a fairy tale, ancient type of nose job. So she's got to wear this like nose cover thing with like leather straps over her face for a while. The movie poster itself kind of spoils what she has to do to fit into the iconic glass slipper at the end of the movie. And it's just like disgusting and heartbreaking, but it's also not like a feel bad horror movie. It's not this utterly defeating type of thing, because there is some humor and there is some empathy. The score is really great, kind of like a Baroque type of thing. And it's just a fairy tale. I don't often like I don't like fantasy stuff, but I do love fairy tales retold. One of my favorites of the last couple of years was Gretel and Hansel, the Osgood Perkins that came out a couple of years ago. And like I said, this is kind of just like the next in line of horror versions of public domain things. So it's on Shudder. I suggest seeking it out. It's in subtitles, and it's foreign if you struggle with that kind of thing, but it's great, worth a watch. It's The Ugly Stepsister.
Nice. I missed that one, but it was on my radar when I saw your rating of it and everything.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. One of the blurbs about it says Cinderella meets Cronenberg.
Yeah, that's actually a really good description. So I agree with that.
Nice.
That intrigues me. I don't know that I have the mental bandwidth to handle any more body horror after The Substance last year.
That's kind of where I'm at too, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it sounds great though.
Nice. Tiny, your number 7.
Yeah, my number 7 is One Battle After Another. This is the latest from P.T. Anderson. He is one of my top 5 favorite filmmakers of all time. I love his work. He's been sort of on the back burner for several years. I think There Will Be Blood is one of the best movies ever made. So I am just a huge fan of P.T. Anderson. And so I was excited that he's coming back, and this looks like a bit of a return to form from him after a couple of oddball entries from him. So I was really excited for this. Leo DiCaprio, great cast, newcomers I've never seen before. So I think this was such a well-told story because it doesn't necessarily get bogged down with the specifics. We don't get like history on this rebel group, this revolutionary group. We don't get like history on them. We don't know a lot of the history and the details about the Sean Penn character and the crazy group that he's trying to join. And everything has this kind of layer of ridiculousness to it. Like there's this just, Benicio del Toro is always, he plays over the top so well. Like, he plays over the top without being over the top, and he's kind of goofy. And then there's this crazy group, the Christmas Adventurers Club that Sean Penn is trying to join. It's ridiculous, but they don't make it ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's delivered so straight. And again, the revolutionary group is just this totally run of the mill, fuck the man kind of thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's ridiculous, but it's like, it's crazy to watch. And it has all this, it has this tongue in cheek and this ridiculousness level to it, but it's all done perfectly straight, like from the actors and from the characters. And it just makes it, you just don't want to take your eyes off of it, And, the Leo DiCaprio character is this, he's so jaded and had his life ruined. He's just kind of along for the ride, and he's like this legend who has totally lost the thread. And I love that. The arc that he has to go through in this movie was just it was funny, but also heartwarming and endearing to watch. And it's just a totally wild ride. I think the standout for me was probably Teyana Taylor. I had never seen her in anything before, playing Perfidia. She was incredible. You can't take your eyes off her. She's just incredible. And just a lot of, I think Regina Hall was a little underused, which was kind of weird, but it is what it is. But yeah, just incredible performances and such a wild, unique story. I was totally taken by it. I think I haven't really sat down and thought about this, but I think in the career of P.T. Anderson, I'm not sure where it falls. I think there's 2 or 3 or more that I would place above it, but it's a good entry from him for sure. And he's still one of my favorite filmmakers. And I was glad to see him have something that is a big movie that's been pretty well received so far. I think it's pretty resoundingly positive feedback from both fans and critics on this movie. So I hope it opens, or not opens doors, but reignites enthusiasm for P.T. Anderson as a filmmaker, and he gets to do whatever he wants to do moving forward. So definitely made my top 10, number 7 for me, one battle after another.
Nice.
So I saw that movie, and it just didn't work for me for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of over the days of like trying to like defend my position or say like, it wasn't good. People shouldn't have liked that movie. Cause like watching it, I get it. I'm like, yeah, this is probably going to be an Oscar movie. Everyone I talk to has liked it. There's just something about it that didn't work for me. And I don't know exactly what it is. It could be, I don't know, Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't exactly know. I have a real hit or miss, mostly miss relationship with P.T. Anderson. I agree with you, Tiny, that There Will Be Blood is one of the best movies of all time. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. But other than that, I don't love his work. And this kind of felt like another entry in the P.T. Anderson universe that didn't work for me. I don't know why I felt like the need, I felt like I had the need to say that. If only to say, like, I don't get it either. I don't get why I didn't get it. I'm confused by myself.
I think the androgyny of the two main the protagonist and the antagonist, like the revolutionary group and the faceless androgynous paramilitary group that Sean Penn's a member of. I think people might be thrown by that. It's like, okay, what's the deal here? What's going on?
I think so. Yeah,
I think that's part of it for some people, but
yeah, and neither group is all that impressive, which I think is the point. Like I think the Christmas Adventurers as well as the rebels are also kind of ridiculous and somewhat aimless in their mission. maybe that's one of the things that didn't work for me. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. It's a unique movie.
Yeah, and I loved it. I'm going to talk about it here pretty soon, but yeah, I totally get, like, if it didn't work for you, it didn't work for you. So
Yeah.
Didn't work.
I will say it was the runner-up for best film at the IFJA, and the young actress Chase Infinity. This was like her first like substantial role. She's from Indianapolis, and
nice. Cool.
she got the Hoosier Award for the IFJA for that role.
Nice.
So,
Awesome.
yeah. So that's Tiny's number 7, One Battle After Another. And my number 7 has already been mentioned by Mike. It is Weapons. This movie is fantastic, and I am so excited to see Zach Cregger's his career, where it goes from here. I know he's doing I think Silent Hill, but I just love his brand of like having like this some unique horror to tell, like the not easy comparison, but like it's interesting to see the trajectory, like that comedy to horror pipeline, because he was in Whitest Kids You Know, and seeing that from like Jordan Peele going from comedy to like one of the best horror filmmakers of recent years, and now Zach Cregger kind of following in that line. And then next year, like Mike, you mentioned Milk and Cereal, Curry Barker, I think is his name. He came from a sketch comedy on TikTok. That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
And to see him, he's going to have Obsession next year. This year. I'm excited to see that. So I just love that kind of trajectory for filmmakers. But Weapons, it holds a special place in my heart because it was so, like, I went into it expecting like, oh, a creepy kid story. But what I didn't expect was that it is very much, and I talked about it in the review, it is very much a kind of Stephen King coded horror mystery story. And what I love about that is, even with a year where we have an embarrassment of riches in terms of Stephen King adaptations, I love that I can pinpoint a movie that feels like Stephen King but is its own unique thing. And what I mean by that is, I love the nonlinear format, the way that it created these expectations with each perspective, with each character's perspective. And then when we get to another character's perspective, we see like we're just thrown for a loop, and it's a completely different not reality, but a completely different perspective that we're given. And it makes us question like, oh, like we thought one thing, but it's actually this other thing. And in the grand like scheme of things, what I was really affected by was how this story, how this movie tells us a story of a failed community. It is something that we see sadly in real life all the time, like joining together in the face of a tragedy, or joining together in the face of something unspeakable, and like communities coming together and rallying behind each other while they're sharing this grief and trauma. So like one of the first images of this movie is like Maybrook Strong and all of these like flowers at the school and like these memorial sites and everything. And we're given this vision of like, oh, this community is rallying behind it. But as the movie progresses, we realize like, no, like all the adults, all of the people in this community are not acting and functioning like an actual community, and the police are inept.
Yes. That's excellent.
Yes. It is how, in the face of an unspeakable and unimaginable mystery involving kids, the community failed to come together. And as that's going throughout the entire movie, I was just so gobsmacked by it, because it does what my favorite Stephen King novels do. It has this community focus, and to the point where the characters and the mystery surrounding them are not secondary, but they are they're more than just characters in this story. And I was so like just taken with that. And I know that when it takes that turn in the third act and we get the kind of reveal of what the mystery is and everything, there were some people like that I talked to who were not fans of that or thought that it was terrible. And like, that's like their opinion and everything. But I think that it hammers home that theme of fractured community so well, because it's not some conspiracy that a member of the community is orchestrating for their own nefarious means or anything. It's nothing community wide. It is that this community has been infiltrated by someone or something, and because it's so fractured and because the community isn't together as it should be and strong, it is able to be infiltrated in such a nefarious and horrific way. And I think that is just brilliant storytelling. And
sure.
Also there's
the community failed to protect its children
from
this invader.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. And it's so great. Like little like bits and pieces of that too. Like with Archer, Josh Brolin's character, going to one of the parents of one of the other missing kids and asking like, oh, can I, I'm doing this like I'm looking into it myself and I need to ask some questions. But it's like in that scene when he's talking to her, it's like they're complete strangers. And it's so great because it's like, oh, we're both party to this tragedy. We are both experiencing this complete mystery that involves our children, and we don't even know each other. And it's been like a month or so since it happened, and like they're not on speaking terms. Like they have to introduce themselves to each other. And I think that like little bits like that are just so great as a big picture moment of like this community fracturing story that's being told. I loved it so much. That's Weapons. My number 7.
Awesome.
I need to watch it again.
Awesome.
I need to watch it again.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep. So Mike, do you want to bring us to your number 6?
Yeah, my number 6 is Superman, directed by James Gunn.
Nice.
And this is the happiest movie of the year, right? Well, I don't know. My number 1's pretty happy. Life of Chuck's pretty happy. Anyway, I love comic books. I love Superman, and I love James Gunn. And Superman as an IP needed this movie so bad. DC needed this movie so bad. James Gunn needed this movie so bad. And in a lot of ways, we needed this movie so bad. Casting David Corenswet as the titular Superman, obviously huge boots to fill, huge trunks to fill, and he just does it so well in a way that I felt never, ever, ever worked for Henry Cavill. I liked Brandon Routh. Is that how you say his last name?
Yeah.
In Superman Returns, but I also think the movie failed him. What works so much about Superman is the obvious theme of hope. And, what it means to be human. I think that is probably going to be the theme of this top 10. And Matt, you and I talked about this kind of off air a little while ago. Such a major theme is just like a contemplation on life. And what it means to live and what it means to be human and a person. It doesn't so much focus on it. I think maybe 10 years ago, this movie would be about what it would mean to be an American. I don't know that movies really want to take on that theme as much anymore. But Superman is an alien, both literally from another planet and then also, not from America. And he is making his case for why he is one of us, why he's human, why he is American, and why not just do good despite what may be accepted or expected of you. So I don't want to spoil anything. I mean, obviously Superman was a hugely popular movie, but he thought of himself as one thing and then learns something else about himself, and his internal struggle is the whole crux of the movie. Famously, what doesn't work for a lot of people about Superman is that he, aside from kryptonite, it's difficult to find conflict in a Superman story since he can do everything. So, really making the theme of the movie this internal conflict. Now, of course, there are bad guys. There are giant kaiju-esque monsters that he has to defeat. There's obviously a Lex Luthor story, but all of those moments are moments for his internal conflict to be reckoned with, right? When he's fighting the monster in downtown Metropolis, and he is trying to safely subdue the creature while the Justice Gang just wants to kind of kill it. That's an internal struggle for him where he's trying to end the rampage while also doing it safely to the best way that he knows how. But then more than anything, he has his verbal spat with Lex Luthor at the end. And if you've seen some of the behind the scenes stuff, he and James Gunn actually disagreed with how he's supposed to play that part because Superman's reaction in that moment is so important because Lex Luthor is really just this vehicle for Superman's internal struggle. I also think in a lot of ways that this movie is kind of a reaction to Man of Steel. I loved seeing the way Superman would protect some of the buildings rather than just the destruction porn of Man of Steel, which I really didn't like. I saw this movie. You know what is interesting? I did see this movie. I saw this movie twice. I saw it in the drive-in, and the audio was a little off. So it's I had the feeling of loving this movie, but I wasn't sure. And then I finally got a chance to watch it at home, and I was like, yeah, this is absolutely an excellent movie. So my number 6,
Nice.
With a speeding bullet, Superman.
Nice. I loved it too. I'm going to talk about it later, but yeah, that speech that he gives at the end to Lex Luthor, if that's not one of my favorite moments in at the movies this year, it's really up there. Just the heart of it is so beautiful and wonderful. It's such a great 3-dimensional Superman character moment in that movie. The whole movie is great. So, yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to talk about it later too.
Nice. So what are you going to talk about now, Tiny, for your number 6 movie of the year?
It's a good follow-up from Matt's number 7. It's Weapons.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I totally echo both of what you guys have said. Great movie. I think this is the. Let's see. This is the third and the final horror movie on my top 10. And just to throw in a quick comment about horror, it's been a recurring theme on my top 10s for 5+ years, more than that. I've had horror movies in my number 1, and it's just not a genre I've ever been huge on. I think horror is and you guys can speak to this a lot better than I can. Maybe this is a misconception on my part, but I feel like the last 10 years, maybe 15 or even 20 years, there are these new filmmakers who are completely elevating the genre, and they're using elements from other genres, which I'm sure horror movies in the past have used as well, but they are refusing to treat the genre as a redheaded stepchild like a lot of Hollywood did in the past, and they're doing it unapologetically, and they're freaking nailing it. And they're saying horror can be more than just this fun, what's playing at the theater? Let's go see this goofy, almost laugh at horror movie. That's not what modern horror is anymore. And I feel like the 3 movies I picked this year, The Invisible Man was my number 1 a few years ago.
That's right.
And multiple movies that I just can't think of at the moment that are completely elevating the genre, at least in my perspective. Maybe I'm maybe it's always been an elevated genre and I'm just picking up on it now. But anyways, I love what's going on with all these insanely talented directors and filmmakers in the horror genre. Nosferatu last year, that is an all-timer for me. That I think that's going to be a top 20 movie for me of all time. Nice. That's just crazy to me, and I love it, and I can't wait to see what keeps happening with horror. But Weapons is another entry in that. It's another example of what I just talked about. It does something. All three of the horror movies that I talked about this year, it transcends the genre, and it takes all of the characters and the conflict, and it makes it not just about the horror that they're experiencing. The characters are going through other things besides the primary horror conflict in the movie. And I think that elevates the movie, and it makes it much deeper, and it deepens your characters, and it gives so many more elements to the movie. And like you guys are talking about, the sense of community is so important in the movie, and the lack thereof is such an important theme of the movie that drives so much of the conflict and could solve so many problems. But the human error and the lack of empathy and all those things just make the conflict that much worse, and make it so much harder for these issues to be solved and these people to find peace. And I just love the direction that the movie takes because of all those features. And just like you guys said, Julia Garner has never been bad. She's fantastic. And I think a lot of the kids did a good job in this movie. Josh Brolin was great. And I was just astounded to see Amy Madigan looking the way she did. I don't think I've seen her in anything in 15, 20 years. And just to see her so off the freaking wall in this movie just really blew me away. That was really fun. So yeah, Zach Krager, big up and comer. I liked Barbarian a lot. I think it was maybe I don't know if it was on my top 10. I can't remember. It may have been an honorable mention, but yeah, just a great movie, great year for horror, great time for horror right now. Yeah, and Weapons was an awesome entry in the genre, and I really loved it. My number 6.
Nice. Well said. Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day, about kind of just the rise in quality horror and mainstream, like getting into the mainstream and everything. And I know Mike can speak with much more knowledge about this, but from my perspective, it's been so interesting to me to see the wave of horror movies come out that are of such thought-provoking quality. And it's such a far cry from what mainstream horror has been over the decades. Like, I think of like in like 70s and 80s horror, like what has broken into the mainstream from that era is, oh, we're going to see Jason murder a bunch of people. We're going to see like this splattery sort of like violence thing. That's what the appeal of horror was then. And now it's just more like, we still get that. Like, I'm so excited to see Primate maybe today or tomorrow, which is a killer monkey. Like, it's just it's crazy. But seeing that breakthrough in the mainstream of having these thought-provoking horror things is great. And it also further solidifies how the horror genre is such an important genre for not only social commentary, but just like for commentary on what, like, the age we're in at any given time. Like, it says things in subtext that brings out the horror of us that we feel just by existing. Maybe that's me being older now and noticing it more, but it's just really cool to see that kind of play up in the horror genre. So, Mike,
there's
horror
a lot
expert.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of factors for it. And it honestly, it sounds like a good idea for an essay to me. But if I were to guess, the number one reason why we have such good horror is because we have so much horror. And the reason that is financial, because the only movies anymore that seem to make money, I would even say, I was going to say comic book movies and horror movies, but comic book movies aren't even that much of a slam dunk anymore, because they're not as successful. But like, making a horror movie for a studio is a way to earn some money. Now, luckily, we get directors and passionate filmmakers who want to make good horror, so it's worth going out to see these movies. But I remember, not too long ago, 10 years ago, where there were maybe 5 horror movies in theaters and maybe 2 of them were good. And now you just get so many, and so many of them are good. So, by opening up the door a little bit because of the financial ramifications of it, we just get more and more good stuff. It's an interesting question, but I do love it.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I feel like that also goes into play with like the Blumhouse model of things, which we've talked about in years past, just giving carte blanche to a director with a strict budget that's on the low end, and then turning it around and selling, like getting it distributed and making a killing, no pun intended. It's a great business model for that genre, especially when you have a genre that is so it's such a breeding ground for hungry filmmakers who want to leave a mark in that. It shows the passion of the genre, both fan and filmmaker. It's great. Yeah. Shall I go on to my number 6?
Do it.
All right. My number 6 for 2025 is One Battle After Another. Same things Tiny said. I agree. A lot of really interesting stuff. Paul Thomas Anderson, also with me, is kind of hit or miss. I've said this before many times, but what One Battle After Another feels like to me is it's an adaptation of a Thomas Pynchon novel, one of the ones that Paul Thomas Anderson has wanted to make for a long time. He previously did Inherent Vice, which is also an adaptation of a Thomas Pynchon novel, and that movie did not work for me one bit. Like I really did not like Inherent Vice. And this feels like, in some respects, somewhat of a do-over for Paul Thomas Anderson with that type of story and that type of like lead character that's just this kind of bumbling character to an extent, like very the dude-esque from Big Lebowski, but also someone who's just very burnt out both mentally and physically, and someone who used to be a revolutionary, used to be passionate about it, and has just sunken into this like complete stoner, nothing burger of a person, basically, like raising his kid as well as he can, but just like being very just laid back and finding himself in a situation where he has to call up the troops and get back into the revolutionary thing because he needs to save someone close to him. The comedy that comes from that, like all of the phone calls from the phone call scenes in that movie is absolutely amazing, just phenomenal. Yep. But as you see him kind of bumbling through this situation, like it never lessens the severity of it and the intensity of like what is going on. And when you have someone like Lockjaw as a villain, it's really something that I was into the entire time. And there is toward the end of the movie, there is a car chase scene that is filmed in such a way that it is magnetic. It's very much mesmerizing. It was just so unique, like this rolling hills car chase from the POV of like dashboards in each car, and the way that it's edited together and the way that it flows together is so, again, mesmerizing and very cool. So I really liked One Battle After Another. I need to rewatch it, but fantastic in my opinion. And if it didn't work for you, I respect that.
Thank you.
Of course. So that's my number 6. Any other thoughts on One Battle After Another? I wager that this is the last time we're going to be talking about it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mike, do you want to bring us into the top 5? We're here at the top 5.
Top 5, and this is a weird way to start, but I want to say about my number 5. It's The Life of Chuck. Directed by Mike Flanagan, who we all love. This movie actually took a tumble for me, which is weird to say and weird to admit about a movie I loved enough to put it in my top 5. And this is what I'm talking about when I mentioned earlier that my top movies of the year, I don't know how well they commit. I don't know how well they'll compete with like some of my top 5s of previous years. The Life of Chuck, when I saw it, was like my immediate number 1, and then it stayed at number 1 for a while. And in fact, it stayed at number 1 even while I watched some of the other movies that are above it on this list. However, before we were kind of planning for this podcast, I started to think about like the movies I plan to watch again and soon. And for the life of me, I couldn't. This is so weird. Like I couldn't get in the mood to watch The Life of Chuck again. And so when I have it here at number 5, it really is on the strength of that first viewing and how I felt on that first viewing. But it tumbled a little bit. That's weird. Anyway, so what I loved about Life of Chuck. So, again, major theme of this is what is life, right? Contemplations on life. And Life of Chuck, pretty famously, is told about this character, Charles Krantz, Chuck, told in like 3 episodes of his life based on the short story by Stephen King, or the novella by Stephen King in If It Bleeds, which I loved. Of course, Mike Flanagan, pretty famously now the most interesting and awesome and successful translator of Stephen King works, or adapter of Stephen King works, absolutely nails it with Life of Chuck. I mean, multiple lip quiver moments for me. The performance by Tom Hiddleston is just so excellent. Nick Offerman is great. Chiwetel Ejiofor, he starts the movie, and it kind of starts as one thing and then kind of becomes something else. For me, I really loved Mark Hamill in this movie. I loved Mark Hamill my whole life. Obviously, I'm a Star Wars fan. And to see him really move into like older roles, or like aged man roles, was fun to see. I will admit, like, I'm showing my hands here. Part of the reason it took a tumble is because it's faded a bit in my mind, so I don't have a great summary for this movie. But what I can say is that after I saw the movie, I felt so good and so life affirmed. And like the meaning of life is to live it, and I loved it so much. So number 5, Life of Chuck.
Nice. I'm going to be talking about it much later. No surprise.
Hopefully in more detail. I apologize for that.
Oh no, you're fine. It's great. Yeah. Tiny, I assume you're going to be talking about Life of Chuck later.
I will be. Yes.
Yes. What is your number 5 then, Tiny?
My number 5 is the latest from Bong Joon-ho, Mickey 17. I was so intrigued by the trailer for this movie. Thought it sounded like a great idea and such a unique idea for a movie, and it absolutely is. It's funny because I think Bong Joon-ho has this ability to take a story. I'm thinking of like Parasite, where there's something that's kind of disturbing or borderline horrific or highly dramatic, and infuse it with comedy. Parasite is for sure like a dramatic film, borderline thriller-ish, but there's a lot of comedy elements to it too. There's a lot of funny moments. Mickey 17, I would say, just takes something. It's just like a morbid comedy, dark comedy, which is a bit of a turn for Bong Joon-ho, but not really. So I think he just hit this out of the park. The to take something that's as dark and disturbing as, human cloning and make it this funny this just funny, like, disposable human who's also like a people pleaser to a disturbing level, really. Just I can't believe how funny it was. I feel like it would be so easy to screw this movie up and have the comedy miss because it's just kind of an off-putting thing, but they just nailed it. And I think everyone did. He has this kind of wayward friend in Steven Yen, and there's the ridiculous, over-the-top politician played by Mark Ruffalo, and his wife pulling the puppet strings. Kind of that dynamic is really funny and poignant, frankly. So just all these elements just came together and really were completely nailed by all the actors and the director Bong Joon-ho just perfectly, in my opinion. I think the movie was pretty well received by critics and fans alike, but I don't know that I don't know that people loved it as much as I did. I don't know that I think people think it's good, but I don't know how many top 10 lists it is on for the year. And that kind of bums me out because I want to rewatch this and see it again. I thought it was just, at the end of the day, highly, highly entertaining.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Really, really good sci-fi. I will watch that movie again.
Nice.
Yeah, same here.
So yeah, top 5 for me.
Nice. Yeah, Robert Pattinson was really great in that. Kind of in a year of a lot of like dual roles and multiple roles for the same actor. Like it's cool to see that trend done so well throughout the year.
And just a quick note on Robert Pattinson, and kind of patting myself on the back here. Nice. I remember when Twilight came out, 15 years ago. I don't know if it was 20 years ago.
No, I think it was over 20, I think.
Is it really? God.
No, almost 20.
Almost 20 years ago.
I'm not sure.
I remember watching Robert Pattinson and I was like, okay, this movie sucks, but I think this guy's going to be good. And I remember there were people who, like my brother was like, what are you talking about? And like some people were like, I don't know. But I was like, I think this guy's going to be really good. And I'm glad to say that he has come full circle. He's a damn good actor, and he's very dynamic actor. Not quite Gary Oldman-esque, but reminds me a little bit of Gary Oldman.
That's a good comp. That's really good.
Yeah, so I'm just glad to see that he's kicking ass right now as an actor.
Oh yeah, and he's choosing such unique roles.
Yeah, different every time.
Like very cool, very cool. And like even that like kind of Twilight stigma is like still there for him to some degree. Like I remember when the first trailer for the Batman came out. Like granted, it came out when I was hanging out with like some friends who aren't plugged into the movie scene or anything like that. And I remember like them all watching it and being like, oh, the guy from Twilight is Batman? Like what? And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, that's not what this is. But yeah, no, I liked Mickey 17. Didn't make my list or anything, but really good. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. My number 5 is Sinners. So there's a moment in this movie that has stuck with me as one of my favorite moments in all of movies that I saw this year. That generational music number in the club that goes through like this time travel-y thing of just showing history and decades worth of music and everything. It is jaw-droppingly just beautifully done. And the movie as a whole is such a unique blend of that historical fiction, historical kind of document of that era with horror coming in and being just really, really well done horror. I admire Ryan Coogler for standing by his assertion that he doesn't want to franchise this at all. Like he's like, this is the story. He's never going to make like another one or anything. I respect that and love that about it. And it's just, it stands on its own. It has this, it does what we talked about with horror and everything of recent years. Like it's telling a provocative story. It's telling a very historically charged story with something to say about it. And it is just wonderful. It's wonderful. It's memorable. I need to watch it again, but Michael B. Jordan was incredible. Especially with just that dual role, having very distinctive mannerisms and performances for each role like that. It was incredibly impressive. So yeah, Sinners, my number 5. Really, really liked it. I need to see it again. I wish I could have seen it in 70 millimeter when it was re-released. That and One Battle After Another, because it was at the State Museum. But unfortunately I did not. But yeah, both just beautiful movies.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, so my number 4
Yes.
is The Long Walk, directed by Francis
nice.
Lawrence, another Stephen King adaptation. And this movie really affected me quite a bit in the theater. Interestingly enough, the screen we went to see was at AMC, which I have said that we don't go to AMC as much as we used to anymore.
Right.
The color on it was so horrible that the whole movie had like a blue tint to it.
Oh God!
So I don't know that I got a full like cinematic viewing experience of this movie. Like I didn't get the cinematography of it. So I was left then to like experience the story of this movie. Starring a bunch of relative newcomers. Judy Greer, of course, is in there, and then Mark Hamill back again in 2 of my top 5 movies. And it's a movie again about life and why do we live and what do we live for. It's a movie also about humanity. So there's this really interesting like dystopian alternate America, which is kind of anachronistic, but also like doesn't really have a time. Like this could be whenever. I think there is a like a 50s 60s aesthetic to it, but I also think there's a possible near future to it, which is intentional and interesting and cinematic. It's also a story about brotherhood and I correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think the original story is a kind of Vietnam allegory.
Yes, and it's funny. I reviewed The Long Walk in episode 498, I think. And my guest Joe, he mentioned that it's a Vietnam allegory, and I was like, I read the damn book. And I watched the damn movie. Not once did I put it together that, oh, yeah, it's a Vietnam allegory.
Really? Okay, yeah. Wow. Interesting.
And it's like, yeah, and it's so almost overtly so, because it's like, okay, these kids in a lottery, they get to this, they're all dying.
Right.
But yeah, but Stephen King has also said that he didn't intentionally write it that way. It's just something that was on his mind when he was writing it. Like, that's just the era that he wrote it in. Right. That was in recent memory, and it's just what happened. But yeah.
Well, it has that 60s, 70s kind of feel to it in the way that they're dressed and everything.
Yeah.
I assume in the way that it's shot as well, although I couldn't tell you because for me, none of the pictures of it look like the movie I saw. Because I saw a very blue movie. But yeah, it's super Vietnam, but also with this timeliness, and a lot of that had to do with brotherhood. Like when half of the country, more than half of the country, is not in your favor for this thing that you had no choice to do. Kind of all you have is this brotherhood that you share. And why do you live, and what do you live for, and who do you live for? It does take a pretty big swing at the ending in terms of a choice that a main character has to make, and I don't usually like that type of ending, but there's something about it that felt so effective and so correct. Like regardless of how I like want to feel about it, it's kind of like the right choice storytelling wise, and I think that threw off a friend of mine who watched this movie with me. Shout out to Jake. I don't think he loved the ending because it ended in a way that he doesn't generally get behind, but I loved it. I loved it. I loved every moment of this movie. Despite it being this kind of dystopian thriller almost, it's a dialogue heavy movie, which I felt was executed so well. So yeah, it's an easy top fiver. It's number 4 for me, The Long Walk.
Nice.
I'm so bummed that I missed this one.
Oh
yeah.
I mean, you should be. Find a way to check it out for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. On that note, on The Long Walk, I talked about this in the previous episode and everything, but it's so interesting to me because that movie represents to me like this weird cross section of most of it being like this really effective adaptation of the story, and then the changes that they make from the source material in the movie, like most of the time it's like, oh, this is like a great example of condensing the story to fit the film format. Like there are character traits that are mapped onto other characters. Characters are kind of just yeah, it's like it's really effective because it fits really well together. Like in the book it's 100 kids, in the movie it's 50. And it's really interesting. And then you get the ending, which I'm not going to give anything away, but the book ending is so interesting. I had to sit with it for a while, but the book ending is very different from what's in the movie. And I didn't like how they incorporated some things, or what they did with some things in the movie to make it more cinematic. But the ending in the book is so like thought-provoking in a way and haunting in its own unique way. But I also went into the movie knowing like there's no way they can make that cinematic. So yeah, but the movie was great. I enjoyed it, even with those caveats. And Mark Hamill in 2 Stephen King adaptations in the year, wildly different roles. Like he's incredible. And so I don't get all sidetracked by it when I talk about The Life of Chuck, but honestly, that is one of my favorite Mark Hamill performances I've seen from him. Like it's very much up there with even like Star Wars and The Joker, and any other role I've seen him in. He's just amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. So Tiny, your number 4.
Yes, my number 4 kind of segues perfectly off what you were saying. My number 4 is The Life of Chuck.
Nice.
And I will say, since we're on the theme right now, this is my favorite Mark Hamill performance ever. I just adore him in this movie. I could not take my eyes off of him. And I go into a lot of detail about it, and we reviewed this on Tower Junkies back in June, so you can reference that episode if you want even more thoughts on it. Kim C and Matt both had great things to say as well. So this movie, I actually I think the first act almost took me out of the movie. Like it's just it was a little goofy off the wall for me, and I think the kind of the lack of context and stuff, like I don't know, it just kind of threw me off. And I was like, when we get through the first act, I was like, okay, that was a little weird. I didn't love that too much. Almost didn't like it almost. And but there's a lot of good things in there, so I couldn't quite dismiss it. But then the second and third act were just absolutely phenomenal. And just has this brilliant filmmaking. Mike Flanagan just vibrates at the right level. He's the right frequency as a filmmaker. He just gets us as Stephen King fans, as an audience. He just gets us, and the way he writes is just beautiful. And these like Mike said, these moments of life that, you know, I don't think when you're a kid you may not appreciate them, but as you get older you appreciate them, and if you become a parent you appreciate them even in another way, and if you become an old person you maybe appreciate them most of all. But I don't think any of us are there yet, but I could see rewatching this movie as an old man and having a different perspective on it.
100%.
Yeah. So I just love that his movies and his writing has the ability to tap into all that on so many different levels, appeal to so many different audiences. And it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful affirmation of life. And like Mike said, I felt so alive in the theater and afterwards, and was kind of glowing with joy, I guess, after this movie was over. And I haven't rewatched it yet, but I really can't wait to. I kind of want to watch it with my wife Paige and see what she thinks of it. So yeah, just echoing what you guys said, fantastic movie, and I loved it. Mike Flanagan is kind of a filmmaking god at the moment. So yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Nice.
Again, I'll talk about it later, but yeah, just, so beautiful. So beautiful. So the, my number 4, and Mike, I'm responding to your comment, in the chat. I agree. I did the numbers too.
Yep. Nice.
Yeah, but we'll get to that. But my number 4, for 2025 is Marty Supreme. So, this was a movie. There were a couple of movies that I missed out on going to the screening for. I just didn't time things right for the Marty Supreme screening. And also, just a brief aside, there was a press screening for Avatar Fire and Ash, which I've been affectionately calling in my head Avatar Franklin and Bash. But the there was a screening for that, and I was like going to go to it, but it was snowing very heavily. Like, it was when we got like that really bad snowfall. And I was like, I'm not going to, even though it's a mile away, I'm not going to risk my life for fucking Avatar. So I did not go to that, and I have not seen it because I can't rationalize like 4 hours in the theater basically with the previews and everything. But my number 4 is Marty Supreme. And it's interesting because this movie on my list from here on out, after this, I'm going to talk more life-affirming stuff and more positive stuff. But Marty Supreme is such an interesting movie in the way that it is carrying on that Safdie brothers energy from like Uncut Gems, where it's like anxiety. It's Josh Safdie directing it solo. Both Safdie brothers had solo movies this year, The Smashing Machine, which I didn't really care for, and Marty Supreme was Josh Safdie's outing. And this is such an energetic movie in that it is showcasing this just shithead character. He's such like a weaselly, self-centered, narcissistic character, and in a way, I find it to be really compelling that this movie was able to make this character not likable, but understandable. Like, at no point was I like, oh, I like, he's dicking over so many people close to him. He's very much being this complete ass in this pursuit to be this table tennis champion and win at life and do that, kind of in a reminiscent of oh my god, why can't I think of the name? The drumming movie, Miles Teller, J.K. Simmons,
Whiplash.
Whiplash. I almost said La La Land. Where is my mind?
Damien Chazelle.
Drumline.
Yeah.
Drumline.
Yes.
Yes.
He's like Timothy Chalamet is so much like Nick Cannon and Drumline. No, but it's such an interesting character study of this character who is despicable and acts in irrational reactionary stuff to people that are close to him and that are far from him, that is all self-serving on his own front. But the magic trick of the movie is that it makes us not necessarily sympathize with him, but we understand his perspective. So having recently rewatched The Shield, I was drawing some like mental comparisons to Marty Supreme, Marty Mauser, that character, and Vic Mackey in The Shield. The Shield is an incredible anti-hero narcissistic story. It's kind of action-packed and everything, but Vic Mackey is a despicable character who is very self-centered. He is very narcissistic. He's finagling his way out of these entrapments of corruption and everything, and leaving a lot of destruction in his wake. And Marty Mauser's similar to that in Marty Supreme, because he is solely focused on his own goals. And it's just a really interesting balancing act to have that character that is like breathing in this anxiety throughout, this anxiety in this kind of con artist mentality as he's screwing people over to try to get his goal. It's just such a fun, energetic, and like tense-inducing way style that's reminiscent of Uncut Gems, but softer in a way, because you're not seeing the character fuck up too much. You're seeing him like passionate about his goal. And there's something, even though he is a despicable con artist, smooth talking character, it's still very mesmerizing to see that play out. So Marty Supreme. Also, I think I'm prepared to say this is the best I've ever seen Timothée Chalamet.
Easily. He's so good.
So good. So freaking good. So that's my number 4, Marty Supreme. Loved it. And I promise I'll do more life-affirming stuff as we continue.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also going to be talking about Marty Supreme. My number 3 is Marty Supreme, and I am so glad I got to see this one before we recorded. This is one I'll think about for a long time, kind of for all the reasons you said and more. I really liked Uncut Gems, but kind of like you said, there really is not a whole lot of redeeming qualities for Adam Sandler's character in that movie.
Right.
I think that has a lot to do with age. So Adam Sandler is an older man in that movie. He's a grown adult who just continues to make these horrible decisions. Marty Supreme really is a coming of age movie for the titular Marty, Timothée Chalamet's character. So I think you give him a little bit of grace and forgiveness because young people do make these stupid decisions, and especially in the pursuit of greatness. When you think about people who do great things, like most famously, pretty recently, Michael Jordan kind of came under fire in the documentary just about how psychotic his pursuit of greatness was, yet we still celebrate him for his greatness. Marty kind of has that in him. And so I think there are some detractors of this movie who were a little disappointed that he didn't get some moral comeuppance by the end of it, right? There's not really a whole lot of redemption for him. Sorry, I don't know. I'm spoiling all over the place here. But if you're still listening, thank you, and I apologize for that. Go see Marty Supreme. But you kind of love Marty for that unabashed, shameless pursuit of greatness. I also love, which I thought was interesting. So Gwyneth Paltrow in the movie also has that kind of shameless pursuit of greatness. There's a kind of a fantastic moment where she kind of gets her flowers, gets her applause, and the look on her face is well acted and empathetic, like we feel and we are excited for her. I thought Odessa Adlon's character in this as Marty's or Azion, I guess I should say, Odessa Azion.
I think. Oh yeah, I gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
Her character arc in this, she's also how do I want to say, not subservient to Marty, but she's also a bit of an unsavory character, right? And their kind of evolution, their match together, like her willingness to allow him to pursue his greatness is really kind of endearing for both of them. And I kind of appreciate where this movie ends and the what it suggests for Marty, even if it almost doesn't feel earned, but I loved it nonetheless. So number 3, Marty Supreme.
That's so interesting too, because like I agree with the characters' bonds and everything. I need to see it again, but like I took it somewhat of a different way, or like my memory takes it a unique way, that it is kind of endearing that she is so like accepting of him and his faults, even if he's not really cognizant of not even her acceptance of him, but he's not ready to accept her the same way, I think.
Right.
But also like the darker side of that is this idea that she's under his spell. Like she's someone who is roped into his shittiness, and like there's another version of this movie where she's breaking free of it, and like I guess she does have, like, it's not that she's, like you said, she's not really like subservient to him or anything, but like it's an interesting dynamic. I'll say that. It is
an interesting dynamic, and this is not a spoiler because it's in the first reel of the movie, but she's pregnant with his child, right? And that's a bond. They're now bonded in a way that they just can't avoid. So it's like, how do they proceed? Not that you can't just not proceed. What do they do with that information? And she has some agency. There's a oh man, we've been podcasting for a while. I can't think of the word. What's it? A ransom? Is that the word I'm looking for? The ransom scene? Blackmail.
Blackmail, yes.
No, not blackmail.
Well,
there's a ransom scene, and she is the agent of that, right? It's kind of her idea, and you're like, okay, well, in a way, she's just as unsavory as Marty is, and I like it. I don't know if it is like her being pulled into his tornado, or an example of why these two are kind of gravitate toward one another.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I'll say most unexpectedly hilarious and well done opening credits scenes. Like the opening credits, I was like so unexpected. I was like, that's awesome.
Me too. Yep. Same.
Yeah. Yep. So Marty's Supreme. Mike's number. This is number 3. Jesus.
Yep.
Tiny. How about you? Number 3.
Yeah. My number 3 is one that Mike just talked about, Superman.
Nice.
Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised by this. I figured I would like this movie. It's kind of echo what Mike said. James Gunn is the best thing that's ever happened to DC, probably. As far as films go, anyways. I fully agree. DC was begging for someone with better vision to come in. I think Zack Snyder had vision, but I think a lot it just didn't connect with the audience like they wanted it to. I still am a slight Zack Snyder defender, but what he did with DC is not. I'm not gonna waste any energy defending it. It was fine at best. But this was such a refreshing entry to the Superman franchise. This is my favorite Superman movie I've ever seen by far.
Same, absolutely.
I haven't seen a lot of the original ones. I don't know if I've ever actually seen the original Superman with Christopher Reeve and all that. I don't know that I've really seen those. But Brandon Routh and Henry Cavill, those ones were fine. But I also think this is the best. Again, I can't speak to the Christopher Reeve entries, but this is the best Superman we've seen, I think. And the reason why he appeals to me so much in this is he is the most human I've seen him. He is so flawed and makes so many mistakes and is frankly kind of weak. I know Matt has said this before. You've said before, Matt, that you're not a big fan of Superman because he's just too powerful. And I fully agree with that. I think you're right. But in this movie, they made him weak a lot of the time. And that was such a good choice. He's reeling at the beginning and he has to heal and all that stuff. And he only heals to 83% or whatever. So he's kind of working at, 3/4 of a tank, if you will. And I think that made the character so much more accessible and made him so much more interesting. And he has all these obstacles to overcome that he fails at. And that's just fantastic. The internal conflict, like Mike was talking about, was incredibly rewarding as a member of the audience. And then of course, just the themes that parallel the real world that we all live in were really touching, and I think poignant to the point of making the audience feel better about where we are and as a society and as a global and a local society. I think it touched on those themes, and it did so delicately. It wasn't a heavy-handed thing. It wasn't blatant or obvious. It was blended into the story well, and it made sense. So all those things I was super impressed by. And I want to see more. I want to see more of this Superman for the first time ever, maybe in my life. I'm excited about Superman and where it's going to go. In the past, I was like, okay, these are solid movies. They're okay. We'll see what happens. But now I'm excited to see David Cornsweet and James Gunn return to this franchise and do more with it. I'm really thrilled about it and excited, and I'm totally surprised too. So number 3 for me, Superman.
Very nice. Very nice. It is also my number 3.
Awesome.
Yeah. Echo everything both of you guys have said about it. This movie is so again, it's that life affirming thing. It's very positive. It's very much playing into Superman as a character being like his central conflict isn't like, oh, he's super powerful, and like finding that conflict in the movie, like having it not be about his superpowers or anything, having it be him wrestling with his identity and who he is, where he came from, who he became, when he came from, where he came from, and just kind of like wrestling with the idea of legacy, but also trying to make sense of who he is in the world as someone who grew up in Smallville and with like a very small town atmosphere and living in a big city, being like having that kind of culture clash in a way. There's so much in this movie that kind of feels like it's of that thing, that's the real conflict that Superman has. Like, yes, he's his weakness is kryptonite and everything, but he also has this inner struggle that is so good. And that's why like that speech he gives at the end at Lex Luthor is so like, it nails it so well, so perfectly. And one of my not gripes about it, but one of the things that kind of just that makes me, I don't know, it feels like it's very much a James Gunn movie, which James Gunn is great and everything, but he has this affinity for like misfit characters and misfit characters within IP. So like, it's interesting to see him tackle Superman and Lex Luthor, but also involving like what I presume to be like, C, B, C, D list kind of DC characters, like with the Justice Gang, and having like these offshoot things like that was a little bit I don't know. It was a little bit. It felt a little bit like it was out of the James Gunn playbook, but Mr. Terrific was fantastic, like absolutely great. So can't really bother with that too much, but really great stuff. I loved it. I can't wait to see how the DCU goes from here. Like this year, we're getting Supergirl. I think next year is going to be Man of Tomorrow, or maybe 2028. Just really cool stuff. So I loved it. Yeah, and Davey Cornsweet is so funny because he also is in We Own the City, and like this is just a weird observation, but I'm like, God, like that is Superman. Like he is like a very like conventionally attractive man, and it's like that makes sense that he's Superman. So yeah. So anyway, Superman, my number 3. Echo everything everyone said. With a little splash of my own opinion there.
I think it was also maybe the best Lex Luthor I've seen too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yep.
Loved the
just
dog.
hammering. Oh yes. And hammering home that just jealousy, that inferiority complex that Lex Luthor has.
Yeah.
Just brilliant.
While also being a formidable villain too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. Yeah, the dog. Yeah. Even though it was CGI, I love the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So cute.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Very cool.
Yeah. So yeah, top 2. Mike.
Yes, my number 2, a movie we've talked about. This is the 3rd time here. I'm talking about Sinners. Michael B. Jordan, Ryan Coogler, Michael B. Jordan, Hailey Steinfeld. I mean, I love this movie just as much as you guys did. There was a moment where I toyed with it being my number 1. It is a movie I will watch again. I love vampire lore. I'm finding over the years. I didn't originally think of myself as a vampire fan, especially during like the late 2000s vampire craze. Who would have thought we would have mentioned Twilight twice on this podcast today?
Yeah.
But I love what this movie does with that lore and, being invited inside. I thought the emotional stakes, especially between the two characters played by Michael B. Jordan, were just excellent. Really giving them each individual personalities, while also, showing the connection between the two of them, and how, one has to kind of face against the other, in a dramatic term. I thought was really cool. I also love seeing an actor become a muse for a director, and obviously the Ryan Coogler, Michael B. Jordan relationship is just continuing to evolve and continuing to get better. I don't know how the Oscars are going to feel about this movie, and how they've historically not been huge fans of horror movies and actors in horror movies. They do kind of like horror directors, so I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan Coogler gets some attention here. But I fully think Michael B. Jordan should for this. I don't know if it's the best picture of the year, but if there are 10 nominations, I would like to see this one get nominated. It just works at every level. I'll kind of keep the ball rolling here because we've already talked about this movie, but Sinners is my number 2. I loved it very much.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, cool. Tiny, your number 2.
My number 2 is the latest entry in the Knives Out trilogy, the Benoit Blanc movies, Wake Up Dead Man. I watched this late. I watched it like last week or during the week actually. I just had so much damn fun with this movie. It was just so freaking fun. It was fantastic. And what's funny is one of the first things I want to mention is I think the movie kind of it doesn't fail, but I think of the 3 Knives Out movies, I think this has the least well-rounded cast of characters of the three movies.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's kind of, it's not a glaring flaw, but it is a flaw of the movie. They're not bad characters. It's not a poorly told story. They're not poorly acted by any stretch. They're all wonderfully acted. But, I feel like maybe Knives Out was the best, or Glass Onion was maybe the best cast of characters, because they were just so off the wall. And maybe the first Knives Out was the best actual, most well-rounded cast of characters. But yeah, I mean, the characters that were played by Jeremy Renner and Andrew Scott, Kerry Washington, Thomas Hayden Church, they were almost barely in the movie. I mean, and when they were kind of in the background, might interject a line or two here or there, but just not that present, and that's a bummer. And I think maybe it could have been done a little better and added some things to the story. But for me, the dynamic between Father Judd, played by Josh O'Connor, and Blanc and Glenn Close, Josh Brolin, like that dynamic between that, excuse me, those three or four characters, just drove the movie so well, and the internal conflict that Father Judd was going through in this movie was so appealing. It's a bit of a crisis of faith, and a crisis of identity for Father Judd that I've just found remarkably compelling. There's elements of the movie that almost seem supernatural, and that was intriguing. That was sort of a first that was basically a first for the franchise that I thought was really fun to explore. So yeah, I mean, just another great entry in the franchise, and just awesome work by Rian Johnson. Again, I've been a fan of his for 20 years at this point. He's a great filmmaker. So yeah, it is for sure has some flaws, and I think it could have been done better. But I was just so intrigued. As a lapsed Catholic, I think it. Maybe I'm biased regarding this because it spoke to me so much.
Same, yeah. I had the same effect.
Right. So
yeah.
That all it just worked on me. This is totally a personal pick at number 2 for me. Wake Up Dead Man. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I loved it. To your point about the ensemble and everything, that's something that I was surprised by, because it is less intensively about the ensemble, whereas like Glass Onion and Knives Out were like, those were platforms for the ensemble, like the wacky character interactions, like to deliver that satirical sort of messaging of the movies. But here it's a weirdly appropriate pivot, as the movie is about like you said, like the crisis of faith, the crisis of purpose, really, identity and everything, and having it be focused almost solely on the belief systems that drive or disbelief systems even that drive like Benoit Blanc and Father Judd, and seeing how that materializes or informs their perspective on the case and everything. It's just so, while also retaining that level of enjoyable storytelling that we all know and love from Rian Johnson. So it was, I feel like this is like an interesting pivot for the Knives Out franchise, and I can't wait to see what he does next. Because I said last time, and I'll say it again, I want Daniel Craig and Rian Johnson to make these movies until they are sick of making these movies. Because it's lightning in a bottle. I love it.
I know it went viral. Maybe when Glass Onion came out, people were talking about how Benoit Blanc needs to do a Muppet movie.
Yes.
Like directed by Rian Johnson. I would be all over that. That would be so funny.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is your number 2. Let's go to mine. It has already been discussed by Tiny, and no, that's interesting. It's not on Mike's list. 28 years later. So this movie is like it's the franchise itself. Like 28 Days Later is one of my favorites. It is such it kickstarted my love of Danny Boyle movies and Danny Boyle and Alex Garland movies. Like that teaming of those two creative forces it's gold for me. Sunshine is still one of my favorites. But this movie, like with 28 Days Later, I saw it in the theater when I was like 16 or 17, and I said this when I reviewed it on the podcast, but I remember like that being just such an interesting experience, because that was one of the like first times I like intentionally like went home and like read Ebert's review of it and just like let it marinate with me a bit. And now, after years of like starting and stopping or talking about doing like a 28 months later or whatever, we get this, and it's the start of a trilogy, and it's back. Alex Garland and Danny Boyle are back, filming it on iPhones. Like the visual style of it's really unique and interesting. And seeing some of the like rigs that they made up for it, like having just multiple iPhones like on a circular kind of rig for it, is like really cool. And it creates this visual style throughout a lot of it, where you get these like interesting like visions of Spike's like imagination or his dreams that throughout the movie just deteriorate into more and more violent sort of and dangerous encounters. And I find that to be really compelling, because throughout this entire movie, the thing that really struck me about it is that it is a coming of age story set in a dystopian zombie apocalypse thing that's in the 28 years or 28 days universe. And I found that to be so interesting, because like Tiny said, it's not trying to find a cure. It's not trying to make things back to normal or anything. Like, we're far past that. This is decades later. This is about the people who are there. This is about the people that have been quarantined, and people who have lived in that quarantine and only know that quarantine. And the thing that really, really stood with me or stuck with me is the way that this movie positions this trilogy to be incredibly satisfying, with fingers crossed. So what this movie does is it introduces us to Spike, but it also introduces us to the different adult characters, the different people who have the opportunity to guide him. So we see him with his father. We see the way his father acts and the way that his father kind of teaches him things. And then we get him meeting Ralph Fiennes and learning this really interesting like viewpoint of the world through his perspective. And by the end of the movie, you get like what's so effective about it is he's gone through this insane just like journey, in this incredibly emotionally driven journey, and he suffered loss. He suffered like so much, and we're ending it on a point where it's like now it's setting up the trilogy to show us like what path is he going to go down. Is he going like, and it's introducing a new character at the end that I'm terrified of for the new one, because I don't know what influence Spike is going to have. It's going to have on Spike. And it's so wild to me to think that these are thoughts that I'm having about a 28 years later movie, like wanting to know the emotional choices that this young kid is going to have. And just, it's not something I expected when going into 28 years later. It's just so interesting to see this as a coming of age story and about influence from adults and how it can mold a child into becoming their own adult. And this is like scratching the surface of that in this movie. So it's so interesting to see me have it at number 2, but it's also a very life-affirming thing when in the face of daily death and quarantine and seeing this rage virus that has evolved in the decades, and finding like the meaning of life and like finding like these ethos that people carry with them, whether it's good or bad, throughout that journey is so unexpected and thought-provoking in such a huge way. I absolutely loved this movie. Very, very good. Very good. 28 years later. And I've got to say, it's my number 2 movie of the year. And the day, like I said this earlier, it's wild to me that this is clearly the first time in Obsessive Viewer history that one of my like top movies of the year, like when this episode is released, the day that it's released, I am planning on seeing the sequel to it in the theater. That's wild. I love that.
That's cool.
So yeah. So that's my number 2, 28 years later. Any thoughts? Mike, did it not work for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. I don't know. I sound like such a contrarian. It was my number 6 honorable mention. I'll
Nice.
say that. But 28 years later is not like a franchise that is near and dear to my heart. Like I just like I don't need it in my life. And it was pretty good. The zombie genre is never my favorite genre.
That's fair.
And I know, I get it. Fans will say, but it kind of transcends the genre. It's a different take on it. This is, I don't know. Zombie scares just don't work for me. It was good. It's really good. It's a really, really good movie. Just my number 16.
Cool.
Again,
Mike?
I said when we started, the middle of the list of my movies I saw this year, it was really, really good. Like I'll just go really quick before I do my number 1. So this is number 16 is 28 years later. I loved Shelby Oaks. I thought was great. Freakier Friday was just so cute. Thunderbolts was awesome. A really an adrenaline shot for the MCU with its, the theme is mental health for superheroes. Love that. I did have Wake Up Dead Man on my top my top 20. Final Destination I thought was great. Novocaine was in my top 10 for a while. Bone Lake was really cool. I did love Mickey 17. Good Boy was on my list for a while. There were a lot of really, really, really cool movies that are on that like great tier, but just not top tier, if that makes any sense.
Totally makes sense. I missed out on Bone Lake, but yeah, like there were some that like Good Boy is one that I mean, it can go toe to toe or paw to paw with any of my like bottom 5 in my top 10. Like it's incredible. So
I saw Bone Lake as like a mystery thriller at AMC, like a blind, whatever those are called.
Screen Unseen
Screen
thing?
Unseen, yeah. Scream Unseen. Yeah.
Scream Unseen.
Yep.
I had a funny small tangent, sorry, but
all right, let me do my number 1. Let me do
we
gotta go. We gotta go. We're borderline 4.5 hours now.
Oh yes. Okay. Go ahead. Number 1 movie of the year.
My number 1, I'm sorry to cut you off, Matt.
You're fine.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
My number 1 is it's Eternity. What? Who it's a curveball, and I'll just readily admit that it's absolutely a personal pick for me. This is a movie that was my favorite of the year. I don't know that I can argue that it's the best movie of the year, but if the theme this year was life affirming, I'm going to get all mushy here, but I love being married to my wife. Like, I love my wife so much. And, the truth of marriage is you can love your spouse, but you don't like them every single day, right? And marriage is a choice, and it takes work, and it takes effort. And it's not every day that you see like the fruits of that effort. And so Eternity is, I imagine not a lot of people saw it. So Eternity is about this man played by Miles Teller. He's an octogenarian. Well, the 80-year-old version of him is not Miles Teller, but this man dies, and he goes to this fictional fantasy version of the afterlife where you get to choose your paradise for eternity, but once you choose it, you have to stay there. So he is there, and then a couple days later, his wife, who is also dying, arrives, and they are reunited in the afterlife. However, her first husband, who died at war, only a year after they were married or so, shows up, and he has been waiting for her the whole time. And so she has to make this choice between her first love, who she never got to share a life with, and who is also incredibly handsome and is just perpetually this young, 23-year-old guy forever, and then her longtime husband, who she's been married to for 65 years, who she knows all of his idiosyncrasies and his annoyances, and between him. So who is she going to end up with at the end of the movie? And it's a really charming and surprisingly really funny romantic comedy, heavy on the romance, where so Elizabeth Olsen is just great at everything she does, and Miles Teller can be kind of hit or miss for me, but is absolutely a hit in this one. Seeing the two of them in the bodies of 30-year-olds act like they're acting like 80-year-olds at times, just in the things that they say. There's this through joke with Miles Teller, and this isn't a spoiler, but in the beginning of the movie, he dies essentially choking on a pretzel, right? Mm-hmm. But he keeps eating pretzels in the afterlife. Like an old guy just can't stop doing the annoying habit that he loves to do, and everybody gives him a hard time for eating these pretzels. And I laughed out loud multiple times at this just this dumb marriage. Maybe you only find that's funny if you're an adult. But yeah, just like eating pretzels, and I laughed so hard, and it's so cute. And so another aspect of the afterlife is they get to go into this hallway, which is like a museum where you can watch moments from your life. And I'm not a big crier, but there were a couple moments where I had some lumps of cry in my throat watching the characters watch these old life moments, because I think about that kind of thing all the time, how the indelible moments of my life that I would like to watch again. It really it's like that would be my chosen version of the afterlife, and it's really just life affirming and relationship affirming. It's not what is the meaning of life, but it's about the choices we make in life. It's the relationships we have with people. It's the willingness to persist and care for the person you chose, even when it's not always easy. And it's a movie I can't wait to watch with my wife. We haven't watched it yet, but I'm looking forward to watching this one again. And I've talked about it a couple times on this podcast, but that's the one that kind of pushes a movie over the edge for me in terms of favorites, and why kind of here at the last minute I ended up throwing this in as my number one movie, because I truly can't wait to watch this movie again. And it's one I imagine just when I feel like watching a romantic comedy on a weekend with my wife, this will be one that I suggest. I loved Eternity so much. My number one movie of the year.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny that it was a last minute thing because like it feels like a it feels like a Mike movie. It feels like the kind of movie that
I love that. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, it does feel like a Mike movie, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
And it's to echo your sentiment about it. It didn't make my list, but I'm discreetly going to add it to my honorable mentions. But like that effect of them being their youthful selves, but still being that aged self, those performances between Miles Teller and Elizabeth Olsen are just amazing. Some of my favorites of the year.
Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Tiny.
Yeah, my number
Your
one.
number one.
My number one is actually Eddington, the latest movie from Ari Aster. First non-horror movie I've seen from Ari Aster. So.
Oh yeah.
For me, what I loved about this movie is it took so many themes and blended them together so incredibly well. Like kind of when I talked about when we first started recording, it's set during COVID, and you have one character who kind of represents the conspiracy resistance side to all of the social. The social change that we went through, kind of the conservative, definitely the conservative character, and then you have the more liberal one who's actually like the mayor of the town, and is a politician and everything, and it's just really, I think audiences might be turned off by that because a lot of us kind of want to forget COVID because it was kind of a terrible time for so many reasons, but I think this movie. Everyone should see this because I think while it is, kind of hard or annoying to sit through all that controversy and all the stuff we had to go through with COVID, that might be hard for some people. I think I found it really entertaining to sit through it again, and it's funny because it's definitely it doesn't end up being a both sides are crazy type thing. It's not that, but it sort of has that presentation at first because the kind of more liberal, level-headed character is totally a fake politician, and he's over the top with it and wearing a mask the whole time. There's one character you never see their face because they're wearing a mask the whole time, which is just it's funny. And then you have the other end of the spectrum. Where the character, everything's a controversy, and he ends up putting a bunch of signs on his car, and there's grammar errors on the signs, which is just classic. And it all culminates in this really, really crazy comeuppance and this really just kind of off the wall, wasn't expecting violent conclusion or a huge conflict at the end. And I just, it is absolutely bananas, and it is incredible filmmaking at the end. And I was really impressed by it. There's like a firefight that is just off the wall, and just everything just comes to a head, and it is just insane. And I like my jaw was on the floor towards the end of this movie. It's really incredible. And just where it all ends up is just totally wild. A couple of the characters are underused. Emma Stone is unfortunately underused. It's kind of the point of the character, but it's just a bummer. She's so great. You don't get to see a lot of her. And then the Austin Butler character is kind of underused as well. But I just love the themes that the movie plays with, and the way it just kind of blends them all together was really impressive, and just insanely wildly entertaining all the way through, but especially at the end. So just so crazy and cool and fun and bananas to watch. So yeah, I think a lot of people didn't see this, unfortunately. But it kind of surprised me that I was looking through my top 10 trying to put them in order and be like, I think Eddington's my number one. But to kind of echo a point that Mike was making, and we were chatting about this over the last week or so, nothing from this year or nothing that I've watched so far is like a standout 5-star all-timer movie that I'm just like, oh, that's my number one. This is amazing. So Eddington's almost like a reluctant number one, I guess you'd say, but it's a damn good movie, and I'm gonna rewatch it again. It's really good.
I wanted to see that one, but it kind of came and went here in Evansville in theaters.
Yeah.
I feel like it was the same way up here too.
Yeah, it was. I caught it on HBO.
I missed out on it too. I'll have to circle back to that. But that's awesome. I like that we all have 3 different movies for our number one movie.
Yeah.
And shall I go into mine?
Yes.
Do it. Take us there.
All right. So my number one movie of the year is not a surprise to anyone listening. It is The Life of Chuck. This is the second consecutive year that I have had my number one movie like locked by the summer. Last year it was I Saw the TV Glow. This year it's The Life of Chuck. I had no expectations of not liking this movie because the novella is one of my favorites of Stephen King. It's so unique in structure and in messaging of melding that kind of sci-fi and fantasy aspect that he does so well, but like having this like thought-provoking, meditative story that's about life and like the life we live and who we are and us containing multitudes and what it means for a life to end and what it means to contemplate life's end in some really unique ways. Like that Stephen King aspect of it that comes in at the end of the movie and end of the story is such a pivotal and thought-provoking thing that it's something that we carry with us in so many ways. Like there's constantly, at least for a lot of us, like thoughts of like what is going to happen to me in my life. Like that is something that is constantly there. But to talk about the structure and the Mike Flanagan of it all, like Mike Flanagan is the guy to like he is the best person to adapt Stephen King currently. He's incredible at capturing what makes Stephen King so great and the meaning behind the stories, the meaning behind the horror of it all. Like, and this was basically like his first time doing like a more dramatic, like in the vein of Stand By Me or Shawshank, like that kind of thing that doesn't have any pillars of horror that's connected to it. And the result is this just odyssey of vignettes, like three different points in Chuck's life. And the first one being like it's in reverse order. So the first act being this weird end of the world, like pre-apocalyptic or in progress apocalyptic storyline where we see these characters that are confused by the presence of the Chuck billboard and advertisements and everything. And then when we get to the end of that section, it's what gobsmacked me by the novella, and it's what is so effectively done in the movie. We get the full circleness of what the meaning of that section of the movie was. And then from there, knowing that portion of Chuck's life, we get these two just beautiful segments of his life and who he is and who he was. So the Buskers Forever thing, while it is maybe not my favorite part of the story, it's still this just beautiful segment of this person's life who is, by all accounts, no pun intended, by all accounts, this, stuffy suit guy. Like he lives an unremarkable life, and he has this remarkable moments on the streets with a busker playing the drums and meeting someone and just dancing. And the dance of life, as corny as that sounds, is like on full display. And it's so beautiful because then that carries through to the first or last act, the final segment, having it be about his childhood and it showcasing us like some of the tragedy that he had, the hardships that he had, and being raised by his grandparents. and like learning things. And that's what's so captivating to me about this movie is that it is this like broad depiction of these little pieces of life and these little pieces of things that inform our lives in such profound ways that carry with us throughout the entirety of our lives. And I think there's something just really special about that and really thought-provoking and beautiful about it. And then the Stephen King aspect of it that comes in, that more conventional Stephen King thing with what the meaning behind the copula in the house, like that just ends the movie in such a profound thing that's like we all have the knowledge of what's to come in every life in a broad sense. And the meaning of it is how we spend that time and what we do with our lives. And we capture the beauty that we see in life, the beauty of the world, the positive energies that we take in and expel throughout our lives. And it's just so beautifully done. And it's my favorite movie of the year. It's one of my favorite Stephen King novellas. It is one of my favorite Mike Flanagan works. It is a beautiful 5-star movie, The Life of Chuck by Mike Flanagan, my number one movie of 2025.
Awesome.
Not only
Yes.
that, do you mind if I do the honors, Matt?
Oh, no, go right ahead.
It is not just Matt's number one movie of the year, but a couple years ago, we decided that it would be fun to have like an official Obsessive Viewer number one movie of the year, like our consensus pick. What if we were a voting body here? What would be our favorite movie of the year? So the qualifications are it has to be a 2025 movie, but also that it has to occur on all three of our lists. So there are a couple movies that were ranked higher on individual members' lists than some of the ones on the top four. However, they didn't occur on all three of our lists. So the 4 movies that did occur on all three of our lists are Life of Chuck, Sinners, Weapons, and Superman. The Obsessive Viewer number 4 movie is Weapons. The Obsessive Viewer number 3 movie is Superman with 16 total points. Basically, I just reverse rank them.
Nice.
If it was number 1 on a list, it earns 10 points, and I do that for all 3 lists. But the number 2 with 20 points is Sinners. No surprise there, I think. And the number 1 Obsessive Viewer movie of the year with 24 points. Matt, tell him.
The War of the Worlds. No, The Life of Chuck.
It's Life of Chuck.
I'm so happy about that.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Deservingly so.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And that is our lists for 2025. We're not going to run them down or anything, but yeah, that it's a great year. I said this when I shared like the IFJ nominations and everything. Like in my opinion, there is no such thing as a bad year for movies. Like it's like every year is a good year for movies. It's just a matter of finding them. And
2020, I think 2020 was a rough year for movies.
Oh yeah, that's
So
true.
Sorry,
That's
I would
true.
argue that.
No, that is an anomaly. That is the exception that proves the rule, I think.
Yep.
Because my top movie of 2020 was a movie I have not given a second thought to.
No.
But yeah, that closes the book on 2025 with the Obsessive Viewer. As we wind down this podcast, what are some 2026 movies that we're all looking forward to? And any parting thoughts on 2025, Mike?
All right, 2026 movies that I'm looking forward to. Evil Dead, Burn. I love the Evil Dead franchise. Ready or Not, Here I Come, the sequel to Ready or Not. I know a lot of people who aren't crazy about that movie, but I love the first one. Samara Weaving is one of my favorites, so definitely that one. I really liked the first Mortal Kombat. redo. I mean, not the first Mortal Kombat, but the one from a couple years ago. So I'm excited for Mortal Kombat 2. Carl Urban as Johnny Cage. Spider-Man: Brand New Day. Obviously, anything Spider-Man is just right for me. And then probably my most anticipated. I mean, come on, Scream 7. Scream, probably my favorite film franchise. I just can't wait. Scream 7, easily.
Have you stayed away from the trailer?
Nothing.
Still?
I've seen images, but I've not watched the trailer.
Same. So we have a pact that we're not going to see the trailer. So for the listener, awesome. Tiny. Movies you're looking forward to in 2026?
All different from Mike's, which is crazy. Dune Messiah,
nice.
Obviously, can't wait for that. Project Hail Mary looks really fun. The Odyssey, of course. Avengers Doomsday. Curious to see what Marvel can do with that. And then the latest from Robert Eggers, Werewolf. I was blown away by Nosferatu, so he's high on my list of filmmakers to watch. Yeah.
Nice. Very nice. My movies I'm looking forward to, there's a ton, but the list I have is first and foremost 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, seeing it this week. Can't wait. Very excited. Scream 7, of course. Kevin Williamson directing. I'm very curious how that's going to play out. Obsession, the movie from Curry Barker. Very curious about that. The Odyssey. Clayface, written by Mike Flanagan. We'll see what happens there. I'm very curious about that. And then rounding out my list, coming in November is Godzilla Minus Zero.
Oh, that's on my list.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. So I'm very, very excited for that. And any movie watching goals or plans that you guys have in the new year?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 156 movies, so 3 movies per week. I did 2.8 per week this year. I think I can do 3 per week.
Nice.
I'm gonna aim low and just try to hit 1 a week. I want to hit, that's my very minimum. Is
Love it.
52 movies next year, but a backup goal would be 100 movies for the year.
Nice. Okay. For me, I don't have like a number goal or anything, but I do have an anecdote. Like our original episode 500 was, we were going to try to do a review of Jay Kelly and Black Bag. But it didn't work out. It's fine. I love that episode 500 is the year in review episode. But because of that, my first movie of 2026 was Jay Kelly. So my plan is that my last movie of the year is going to be Michael Clayton, another George Clooney movie with the name of the character as the title.
Yeah.
And then I want all of the milestones viewings that I have, so the 50th, 100th, 150th, however long, to all be movies with titles that are the first and last name of a character. So I have a list. I'm going to hopefully adhere to that and try to hit those marks. So we'll see what happens. I think that'll be kind of funny. But yeah, we're about to end the episode, but what do you guys think? Episode 500 of the Obsessive Viewer podcast.
Yeah, we didn't mention that really.
Yeah.
Crazy.
We didn't. Yeah, wild.
It's amazing to be here.
Yeah,
and we
and
did.
our
And
13th
it's funny how our 500th episode is also 500 minutes long.
Exactly. Yes. But yeah, let's close out the thing. Before that, Mike, if you want to tell people where they can find you and also plug your Substack project and everything, and As Good As It Gets.
So I'm all over the place. You can mostly find me at As Good As It Gets Music on Instagram. I'm not on Twitter anymore, but my Substack is really kind of the main place. That'll be my focus this year. I am MikeWhite.substack.com.
Nice. And any new music coming or anything?
Yeah, we'll be working on some music. We got some stuff coming out this year.
Sweet. And of course, you can follow Mike on Letterboxd at I am Mike White. And Tiny, where can people find you online? Any things you got going on? I know you have a lot of house stuff there, so what's your address?
Nice. No, just you can follow me on Letterboxd at Obsessive Tiny. That's really the best place. I'm not really on Twitter anymore either, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And of course, you can follow me at Obsessive Viewer. And once again, check out the Patreon, patreon.com/Obsessive Viewer for a ton of exclusive content that it's going to continue to be releasing throughout the year. That's it for episode 500 of the Obsessive Viewer podcast. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this episode. And thank you, Mike and Tiny, for so much of your time today. And as always, thank you so much for listening. Make sure to follow the show on social media and subscribe to the podcast on your preferred podcast app. Also, check out Obsessive Viewer Podcast's other shows, Tower Junkies, a Stephen King podcast, hosted by Tiny and myself, and Anthology, the Twilight Zone and Classic Sci-Fi podcast, hosted by me. Next week on the show, I'm loving how this is going to match up, but I'll be reviewing 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, and Primate. So 2 monkey violence movies, I guess. Until then, thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you in the next episode. And now, enjoy this short clip from a recent Patreon exclusive episode. For the full episode and more Patreon exclusive content, sign up at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. Batman Begins, fast forward to 2005, Batman Begins kind of opened my eyes to, Batman is really interesting. Like, this is some really interesting stuff. I wrote an essay for Midwest Film Journal a few years ago where I talked about how that affected me because it was the summer of 2005, the year that I graduated from high school. And it was just interesting to see the movie in like my teenage, not fully developed brain, see a movie where I'm like in my feels about like, I'm leaving town, I'm leaving Speedway where I grew up, and I'm going to go to Evansville for a while. To see a movie where it's like, this guy has left Gotham and he's coming back to save it and everything. It's just very, very romantic in a sense. But I didn't know a lot about the character of Batman aside from just the broad things about him. So over the years since the Dark Knight trilogy and up until like even just a couple of years ago with the Batman, I've just become more and more interested in Batman, more and more fascinated by the character, the writing, the different avenues that the character can go down. I love it. And every iteration is so unique and interesting. Thank you for listening to the Obsessive Viewer podcast. This episode was produced and edited by me, Matt Hurt. If you have feedback, thoughts on our episodes, or just want to connect, you can email me at matt@obsessiveviewer.com. For more information on this show, including a full archive of our episodes and show notes, visit obsessiveviewer.com. And if you enjoyed the show, please give us a follow on social media and subscribe to us on your podcast app of choice so you never miss an episode. Also, consider rating and reviewing the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Audible to help increase our visibility and grow our community. If you want to support the show and get early access to new episodes, as well as a steady stream of exclusive episodes, you can join our Patreon at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. For information on more podcasts presented by obsessiveviewer.com, visit obsessiveviewer.com/podcasts. Our theme song is A Little Mad Sometimes by As Good As It Gets. For more of their music, check them out on Spotify and at asgoodasitgetsmusic.com. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Get up to 2 months of free podcasting service with Libsyn. Check out the show notes for your promo code to get started podcasting today.